hello. Pop this chat. Better. I'm just waiting for people to show up. Put some music on. Oh, someone's here. Good. Hey, hi! Okay, we got Dante and Kevin. Excellent. Give it another minute or so. Okay, we'll start in like 30 seconds. Okay, let's go. Alrighty, so hi everyone. I don't know how many of you there are. I can tell actually. There's 5 people watching, so alright, we may as well go now. I'm trying to do these at different times of the day, just to make sure that everyone kind of has a shot at catching these live. That chat, there it is. Okay, so basically, Sin is still sick. She is getting better. I talked to her earlier today. She'll probably be okay by the end of the week, but basically she's not been able to do any of Return to Yharnam, which is a shame. So I'm sort of filling in, because we sort of wanted to do things together and then we ended up not being able to. So what I'm doing in this stream, the reason I'm starting a little earlier than normal, is that I am going to try and do every single chalice. Every mandatory chalice from Thumaru down to Thumaru Ihel in one sitting. So you may recognize this character. She's the one we used the other day. Hey, Centrina. Hey, hi. Oh my god, Lou Reed is here. Got some real celebrities in the chat. So this is our chalice stream. We're going to try going all the way from the top to the bottom of the chalices in one sitting. It is almost 4 PM for me, so I want to see if I can get this done by, like, the evening. You know, let's see if I can get it done by, like, I don't know, 8 or 9. I've done this once before. I did it with Goldtooth, if anyone knows her, this streamer. Back when she first started doing Bloodborne, like, I took her through all the chalices in, like, one sitting. So it's doable. Okay, So the reason I'm starting here is we're going to start at the altar that we get the first chalice from. I'm going to point this out, that like this is the altar, it's in Old Yharnam. And right next to it, there's these like... These are the statues that look like the sort of the deleted pig. We showed that off last stream, if you want to go back and watch that. There's like a deleted pig monster that they don't use. They look like that. So we're going to try to get all the way down to the bottom. Starting in Old Yharnam, just to show you, like, this is where the chalice would have been, like, really used. Like, the chalice is in here. It's in front of the altar. There's the beast in front of the altar. It's very, very deliberately like Vicar Amelia. The way that, like, you come in and Vicar Amelia's there and she's, like, praying to the skull on the altar. This is, like... This is that, like, after it goes wrong. So instead of finding, like, Amelia in human form with the altar and everything and, like, the reasonably intact church, you have, like, the ruined church and there's, like, the beast that's starved of blood and is, like, coughing and, yeah, so... Presumably the Thumaru Chalice was used in Old Yharnam. Oh yeah, so the dungeon Lou Reed is talking about, it's colloquially called the Cumfuck Dungeon because the glyph looks a lot like it says Cumfuck. And we've just destroyed monetization for this video, but I don't care. So, basically it's a dungeon that, it was made by Trin from the Tomb Prospectors. And it's a dungeon where when you start, there's like a hunter who's in the path of something and they die pretty much as soon as the dungeon loads, and you get about 80,000 blood echoes from them dying. So what you can do is you can just kill them, go back in the dungeon, 80,000, back in the dungeon, 80,000, back in the dungeon, 80,000, and that's how you level up very quickly. But I've decided we're not doing that. I do have characters who've done like every single dungeon, but I want us to start from scratch, which means we will actually have to do like some that are frankly not that interesting. But we need to do them for materials and stuff, so we'll start by doing the Marian Labyrinth. Let's go. And yeah, as before, we're doing this to help just promote like the bloodborne-wiki. We do this every year for Return to Yharnam. Bloodborne-wiki is run, funded, paid for, largely written all by one person, which is Meth. And so basically every time we do Return to Yharnam, we just try to get the word out that Meth's not making any money from the wiki, it's not running ads, it's not part of like Fandom or Fextra or Wikia or anything like that. So she really can use like just some money to help her keep going sometimes, just like with the funding and everything like that. Like, if you do talk to her, she does say, like, look, I do this because it's, like, something I care about, it's, like, a hobby for me, and it is, but at the same time, it's a massively draining hobby, in terms of time, and if you could kick Meth at that little, link down the bottom, if you could, like, give her, like, $5 or something, it just really helps the thing stay afloat. And, like, she's paying for the hosting her stuff, and, like, I showed off bits of the wiki yesterday, and you can see like that has like straight up like video files and things posted on it. Like there's a lot going on there, and she's paying for all of that. And particularly given like, you know, COVID happened, you know, like we're just like she's kept it running through some very, very difficult times, and it is essentially just her. So anything you can kick her is extremely appreciated. And we only do this once a year. We don't like run ads constantly. Now there is a little flowchart that's available on the Bloodborne-wiki that shows you like the route you take to get to the end of the chalices. It might sound like counterintuitive, like why do you need a route that's just like there's just a way out, but in order to get there, there's like you have to have certain items to activate the chalices, and some of them are in other some of them will be like in like the side rooms of the dungeons that you go into, so you need to know like which rooms to look in and which rooms not to look in. So we're here in the first dungeon. Another thing about the chalices is that they are independent of the new game cycle. So you can see like I'm pretty much destroying everything in this chalice because it's scaled very low. It's like they have a modifier called depth that shows you how difficult they're going to be. So this is the absolute lowest depth is depth 1. You can see like nothing is really posing much of a problem for me. I'm playing very slowly. I'm still going. Okay. Don't even really need to rest after the bosses. But as we go down, it's going to eventually hit depth 5, which is about, I'd say like New Game plus 2 or New Game plus 3 level of difficulty. Now, I just want to get our flowchart up so I can make sure I'm not missing anything. So, we need 2 Ritual Blood 2 from this level. 2 Ritual Blood 2 in room with Kidnapper. And yeah, if anyone's got any questions about chalices or anything, I can field those, because this is going to take a very long time. It's going to be like a Synclo lore episode. It's going to go for a really long time. It's going to be incredibly repetitive. You're going to think, why am I doing this? But then every so often something will happen, and you'll think, I'm glad I did watch this. Room with Kidnapper. Okay. It's a very useful flowchart. It's it's got like little arrows and everything on it showing you how to go, like, where to take it. And Meph is a nostalgic douchebag. We're doing every chalice. See, Meph takes running the wiki very, very seriously. To the point where, like, even something you'd think is settled, like what order to do the chalices in, she's still always updating those pages just to make them look a little nicer. Can we see the flowchart? You can. I can't show it on screen right now because I'm streaming the game. But basically, here's the Kidnapper. So basically, if you go to bloodborne-wiki.com and you just type flowchart, it'll probably be the first result. Nice. And yeah, before, this is a completely fresh character, so I can't, like... There's certain materials that you won't actually get enough in a single chalice to be able to complete the chalice. To be able to do the next chalice. So basically, there will be probably 1 or 2 chalices we may have to do twice, just to make sure we have the right ingredients, because the other option is that you farm them. And, I don't know, sometimes it's less obnoxious to just remake the chalice if it's something that's on a higher level than just kill the same Kidnapper over and over again or something. You know, whatever. Let's just say, like, I'm doing quite a lot of damage with my firearm. This character has 65 blood tinge, and before we started, like, I've actually been playing for about 2 hours. And before we started, I did the game up to the Red Moon, and I got to Yharnam and I beat 1 Reborn, so I actually have, like, I have Evelyn. And it's an Evelyn plus 8, I think. So we should be okay. And we'll get plenty of gems as we're going. I'm not really a Chalice Dungeon expert, but I know kind of enough about it, having done it a lot of times. Just let me know if the game audio is like too loud or too soft or anything, because I actually can't hear it. Like I said, like it's independent of the new game scaling, so I am like... This is depth 1, you can see I'm taking off like over half their health in a single hit. And this is basically like, at a level you'd be at endgame. So they do kind of, the way that like it's structured, they kind of do, expect you, I think, to do these throughout the game, like as a parallel thing. If they expect you to kind of go to Thumaru, then like go... You know, like, beat the Bloodstarved Beast, do Thumaru, pop back up, maybe, like, you know, go to Amelia, when you're done with Amelia, come back, do, like, Central Thumaru, and you maybe come back later on, and it sort of continues. I think they sort of expect you to do Thumaru Hill when you're in, like, New Game plus, maybe plus or plus 2. But the problem is, like, the way it's implemented, a lot of people either completely ignore them or they just save all of them to the end. This one's got Olak in it, doesn't it? Summonable NPCs for chalices is something they added later on. I think that's Olak. Yeah, Olak. Early on, you had to do these either just with you or by summoning someone, and summoning for chalices. Like, if you've seen Sin and I try to do it, it's a kind of... It can kind of be a hassle. Now, let's look up what is actually on this level. 4 ritual blood, 2 inside area before boss. How much have I beaten Elden Ring? That's difficult to answer because I use save state, like cloud save sort of scumming to do some parts of it. But I think I've if you consider like a complete playthrough from start to end, probably like 4 or 5 times at this point. And I have a couple where like I'm not done to the end yet, but I'll sort of play up to like, cause spoiler bit, like stuff happens to Lanedell that means you can't go back there. So there's somewhere I'm playing up to Lanedell, and then I'm not progressing past Farmer's Lawn. Or I'm not progressing beyond the Erd Tree burning. These are centipede things, by the way. In case you don't know, like, they are very, very, very weak just in the sort of little plant thing sticking out the top. So if you can just shoot them. Obviously quite a small hitbox, but if you can actually just hit them in the flower. Yeah, they just die in one hit. And they drop Arcane Haze. Like, you do need Arcane Haze. I think you need 20 for the... one of the cursed ones that's mandatory. Did you know if you invade in Central Yharnam? Okay, I can fill you in on the Gilbert situation because that was something Meth and I did. So, Gilbert spawns only when the player is near his house. So if you invade or get summoned in Central Yharnam, and the player isn't anywhere near Gilbert's house, Gilbert won't be there. The player actually needs to go there for Gilbert to appear. The other thing is that Gilbert is treated as an NPC in that situation, so if he is summoned and you do go there, you will get Gilbert with the NPC shader. And this kind of like, there's the pilgrim friend. These guys are really cool and they don't do anything. They actually, they can do like a beast roar shockwave, but they have to be stuck behind something, because their AI is like, how do I get out of this? And it tries to knock them over. So, yeah, what I was saying was, so Gilbert's treated as an NPC, and just getting the NPC Gilbert footage for the wiki was like a full day's work for Matt and I. And that sort of like shows you like how much actually goes into that site to keep it running. Yeah, that enemy, they're called the Pilgrim. They only show up in the Chalices. But the thing is, like a lot of enemies in Bloodborne, if you look at the data, they are like present. This guy always walks in, he gets stuck here. His pathfinding just gives up. Invaders don't see him. Oh, okay. I'd have to double check that because I think Meph is the one who... Oh no, okay. Meph wasn't invading. I summoned her as a... We did the thing where like you have the opposed runes. So like I think I was Hunter and she was Corruption, and I summoned her, so she summoned as Hostile. But I don't know if that qualifies as an invader or not. PvP is not my speciality. And you're going to see that Chalice is also not my speciality. It's probably going to be a train wreck. The mole monster is dungeon exclusive, yeah. I don't think we'll see it because it's only in the random ones and we're just doing the presets. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I'll send that to Meph. Pogo stop. I don't know if Meph will show up because she's in Czechia. I don't know why I summoned Oleg. Yeah, if you like send that, I don't know where. If you're in our Discord, like, I should be at the top, just like ping me. I might be in a peer offline mode right now. Actually, if you go to the bloodborne-wiki, there should be a contact email for Meth. I think if you just send it to her, she'd probably be interested. Alright, here we go. Apparently there's ritual blood in this room that I need. Look at all of this now. Ooh, what does it say? It says... 4 ritual blood to inside area before layer boss, okay. Oh yeah, the mole monster is like, it's very rare. I think there's like 4 or 5 dungeons where it appears. But what we're doing now is these are the preset dungeons. The ones that you sort of have to go through. The random ones you technically never need to do, but they're the ones that produce the mole monster. This looks promising. Oh, here we go. This will be the place. Notice like I'm getting a lot of blood gem drops here. If you don't do the chalices, you're probably not aware of like... That's kind of one of the points behind the chalices, is that it's the place you get high level blood gems. If you just play the base story, they don't give you very many. They added a few in the DLC, but if you want to get really weird stuff, like... You know, like, make like an entirely elemental weapon or something, you do it this way. Like with me. Make sure Oleg's with me so I don't just end up with a boss with too many hit points. Okay, so this should be Watchdog. But I don't really want... Let's just use this shit. Okay. If you know what you're doing, you can just infinitely stun lock this thing by hitting its limbs. Every time you hit the limbs, they break and it staggers forward, but I don't know if I'm good enough to actually properly stun lock it. And yeah, spoilers, we're going to have to fight a version of this later on that one-shots you. So you can see I'm really going to have to step up my game in the next couple of hours, because that's going to be hell. There we go. Okay, we got ourselves a central Thumeru Chalice. We should be able to make Central Thumeru now. Yep, 6 Ritual Blood too, so we should be able to. And in that one... So for reference, like root chalices, these are the ones that that are randomized. So we're not doing any of those, we're just doing the fixed ones. Repair if we can put the new gems in. Yeah, the I'm dreading the cursed defilement. Did I get any better gems? This is my extremely, like, I'm an expert. I'm just scrolling till it goes blue. My older way of dealing with... No, I'm not playing with any patches. This is just, like, off my console. The one that I'm, like... When I used to do this, I would just cheese Defiled Amygdala with Black Sky Eye, or before the DLC I'd use Executioner's Gloves. But my character doesn't have high enough arcane to do that. So we may end up bone marrow ashing it to death with Evelyn. Hello, Cody. Okay, so we're like one chalice in. That took us about 15 minutes. So I think we have to do like 8 or 9 of these. And they're going to get progressively tougher. This layer apparently doesn't have anything relevant. Is there any redeeming about mandatory early dungeons? It's like I was saying, I think the idea was that you would do them like concurrently with the main game. So you do like... They sort of expected you, I think, to like beat the Bloodstuffed Beast, go down, do Thumaru, maybe some of Central Thumaru, then like go back, maybe after Amelia, come back, do like the rest of Central, maybe lower. But the way it works now is most people just like ignore them and then do them all at once. Because the other thing is, like, spoiler, but Rom shows up in one of these, and they clearly must want you to, like, have fought Rom on the surface for that to make any sense at all. Arrogance Justice is in all... No, Arrogance Justice is, I think it's there. I don't remember exactly. It's been like that big thing I set up. We were going through all the stuff, like it was a long time ago, so I'm possibly wrong about some things because it would have been like 3 or 4 years ago. Because like the data from Bloodborne was dumped very, very slowly. What's this? Really should have brought a torch. Do I have a weapon? No. Okay. Yeah, I remember your name, Cataclysmic Acedia. I remember you showing up in the comments a fair amount. Sin and I have been going since I think we started late 2017. Yeah, we started late 2017. But I don't think we actually put anything out until like... When did we... It would have been like... I think we started putting things out in early 2018 maybe. Where am I going? This is not a good sign. I'm already lost. So hang on. That's the start. That's the very start. And we have to go this way. Do I have any... Why it's not ported? Okay, so I know, like, this is one of those things, like, I say I know it, and like, would you ever need proof? And it's like, no, I can't, because it's illegal. But, like, the PC port of Bloodborne, like, it was, at the very least, in development. Like, there is, like, internal Sony stuff showing, like, a version of Bloodborne running on PC. But for all I know, it's been abandoned. Like, I don't know. As far as, like, I understand, this is coming from, like, talking to Lance, and other people in, like, Abyss who've tried modding it. Basically, there's a ton of proprietary PS4 code in Bloodborne that doesn't like running on other operating systems. And that may have been part of it, but like it's just very difficult to properly port it without kind of emulating how a PS4 works. Just there we go. You're gonna see the microphone switching thing quite a bit because my controller is like, I think one of the wires is slightly bent, so the little charging cable keeps coming in and out. And sometimes it just won't charge properly. So I really need another one. I keep forgetting I've had this console for 8 years. Surprised it still runs. Here we go. Game audio is off now. Oh, because it's coming out of the headphones. That's why. That's better. Thank you. So this should be the Beast Possessed Soul. Like, I haven't done this for ages, so my parry timing is really bad. When I tend to, like, prefer, two-handed weapons. So I'm actually used to parrying, and particularly now that, like, I've been playing so much Elden Ring. I'm like, I don't need to parry Elden Ring, because I can just dodge everything and smash it. There we go. Yeah, it's got, Bloodborne's art direction is really good. Like, there's a lot of visual glitches in it, but the art direction is incredible. It makes up for the fact that, like, sometimes the lighting is a little flat and... hang on, let's look at the... gain. Layer 2, area before layer lamp 3, ritual blood 3, okay. I don't know about the Beast Fire thing. There's also the ones in the Nightmare Frontier that make the lightning. And you'll notice, like, the Thumerians just seem to be able to make fire. So I guess if you have, like, one that came out of the Thumera, it would have the fire. Like, the Shadows of Yharnam create fire, and the Keeper creates fire, and, like, they use fire to, like, purify. But it's weird because they make a big point about the beasts are, like, frightened of fire, and then you just got a beast that throws fire. I don't know, maybe it doesn't have any friends. Maybe it's What's up with Redgrave? Redgrave has just moved on with his life, unlike me. Redgrave and Aegon, like, they've just sort of moved on with their lives. They've got, like, real jobs now. Aegon's married. Redgrave, I don't think Redgrave's married, but he's like settling down, and he's got a better job now. Like when he was first doing this, he was working in a bar, and he was like, obviously wasn't particularly passionate about it, but like he's got a better job now. I think he's focusing on that. So it's like just me because I don't have anything else to do. Yeah, the Beast Clergyman. We'll see them, like, so we will actually do Lauren. Hopefully. So I don't know how long this is going to go for, but it is currently 4:22, so we missed the funny number by 2 minutes. And a friend of mine might be coming by later tonight because he wants me to help him make a D&D terrain. But so I'm trying to get this done before then. Like, he probably won't be around for like another 4 or 5 hours, so... Yeah, the thing about Aegon and Elden Ring is, like, Aegon's way closer to, like, the end of Elden Ring than his videos make it look because he spends so long editing them. So, like, his videos are sort of showing where he was at, like, several months ago. Oh, we'll definitely do a ratting on Marika thing, don't worry. We were planning to do quite a lot of things, but Sin is sick at the moment, and we can only really record on weekends, so we missed our sort of window. Okay. We'll definitely do Doors. We were going to do Doors of Bloodborne for Return to Yharnam, but then, yeah, we couldn't do anything because Sin is just, like, in bed. Oh, also, I'd like to point out, it is Sin's birthday today. I don't know where everyone is, but it's the 29th. And it's the 29th here, so if it's the 29th where you are, it's technically Sin's birthday, so everyone say happy birthday to Sin. And it's also... It's the beginning of a period that Sin and I refer to as our birthday. Because Sin was born on the 29th of March, 85. And I was born on the 9th of April, 84. So there's a period of 11 days where we're the same age. And because we're the same age, she's not allowed to bully me. Because I'm not older. But then when it hits the 9th, I'll be older than Sin again and she'll be able to bully me. Where are we going? Okay, so what is on... Okay, I gotta fight the Keeper. Up here. Oh, this is where the exploding witches show up, which is why there's this, like, so many bloodstains at the bottom of it, because these witches... The fireballs themselves are pretty bad, but when she sort of goes and the flame initially flares up, that one-shots you. Like, that's really, really strong. Like, not the fireball itself, but the actual casting of the flame is so damaging. So if you try to run past them. Oh hey, you got Ritual Blood 3, excellent. Ritual Blood 3 is the annoying one, because they don't give you enough Ritual Blood 3 from the chests in this dungeon to make Lower Thumaru. You're short by, like, I think 2 or 3 maybe. So you sort of need to get drops. Okay, good, I got it, yeah. So basically, I came in here with the Eye Rune equipped in the hopes that, like, maybe we'll get enough Ritual Blood on the way down that I won't have to repeat this Chalice, but I might still have to. Okay, so we'll talk about the Altar of Despair, because it's the thing everyone brings up. So, like... Firstly, the Altar of Despair, it's never going to make complete rational sense in game because it's something that like has clearly been moved around and like sort of like it's sort of like a late edition. Oh, I missed the arrow, sorry. The thing about Altar of Despair, right? So, ROM is the thing that is stopping the Red Moon from happening. Which means that, like, what I think is supposed to be happening is that, like, when the Red Moon happened, the choir were like, oh shit. And what they've done is they've shoved Rom's corpse on the altar to try to bring Rom back to life because that might make the Red Moon go away again. But that itself causes a lot of problems because it looks like when the Red Moon happened, Upper Cathedral Wood just got fried and no one had time to react to it. So I don't know when this happened. It's also possible that, like, we don't really get a proper sense of time. I'm just going to go back to the dream. We don't get a proper sense of time. So it's possible that, like, Rom died and then the Red Moon happened later on. Like, it's very, like, all over the place. But the important thing to remember, this is why I always talk about stuff being cut and moved around, is that, like, Altar of Despair, that was... She's doing her prayer, but she's standing. Anyway. So what happens is, like, Rom doing that, like, the whole Altar of Despair thing, like, that was not, like, part of the story until pretty late. So trying to figure out, like, oh, what does it all mean? It's part of Miyazaki's plan. Like, I don't think it really is. It's like, you can sort of get at what they're going for, but it's not ever going to make perfect sense just because of what it is. Did I repair? I'm paranoid about repairing things. Because if you watched our last one, my weapon broke in the middle of the Mikolash fight. Ended up beating him to death with bolt paper. Okay. Central Thumeru, layer 3. So layer 3 gives us 6 ritual blood, 3 inside area. And that's all we've got to worry about. Okay. Okay, the other thing about the Rom corpse, right, is that we talked a lot about this last time when I was streaming with Altair, but the initial Bergenworth plan, like, which we have, it's got a big, we think it's a cave. Like, there's some large cave section in Bergenworth that's ultimately not used, and we think what that is that was probably what the Altar of Despair started off as. There was, like, a cave under Bergenworth with Rom's dead body in it. And what would probably have happened is, like, you would have touched Rom's body and gone to the Nightmare to fight her, like you did with Mikolash. And then they sort of, they cut Bergenworth back to the lake and they made you jump in the lake to grab it. And then they put the altar at the back of the cathedral. We're trying to find Ritual Blood 3. Hi, JMH! Okay, good. That's Ritual Blood 3-2. So we need this one more chest. Annalise can be killed infinitely. She just dies and comes back and dies and comes back. This is the boulder trap. The poison knife glitch, there's like, I think there's a few. Are you talking about the one where, like, you poison her and then she, like, flies across the room in this weird spasm state? Because I've done that. I don't know if they patched that out, though. We poisoned Mikolash on the last stream and he just stands in place going, oh, it's like that Azokin gif of like, ah! Also something that, like, we've talked about this a few times in the podcast, but, like, you can see, like, here, like, the Thumerians have this, like, the deformed skulls of, like, their, I'm guessing this is someone important, on the altars, and it's exactly what they do with Lawrence. You can see it's, like, this whole thing about, like, history repeating, so it's like, oh, this is just like Lawrence's skull. Okay, so hang on, we need 9 ritual blood for the next one. How much do we have now? Oh, great, okay, we'll be able to do it then. Almost splattered myself. I should just think it's ritual blood 4 that's the annoying one, isn't it? Unless that's, I don't remember. I haven't done the chalices legitimately for about like 3 years. I've just been relying on the hacked ones that the Tomb Prospectors made. There was another return to Yharnam I did with Altair, because she's like a chalice expert. We did one where she showed off, like, there's like a hacked dungeon that's just got every material you ever need in it. It's just called the Material Dungeon. But we will not be using hacked dungeon. We're doing this legit to show you just how fucking tedious it is. We're going to try doing all the dungeons in one sitting. I can't promise that I'll survive, but I will try to. I have done this before. Because the thing about Bloodborne is you can't pass items from person to person. So I remember when I was doing this with Goldtooth, I couldn't just like warp into her game and mule her a bunch of chalice items. Like, we just had to run through and she had to collect them with me. So, like, it is doable in one sitting. So, hang on. Let me check I haven't missed anything. Okay. So this should be the end of Central Thumero after this boss. I reckon we could do a 24-hour stream. Sin has, we've discussed that as like, I don't know, some sort of celebration thing. The problem is Sin and I come up with all these ideas of things to do. But, it's basically like, we don't do it full time when we live in 2 different time zones. So, we're basically limited to like, when we're both off work and it's like a time we can both see each other. Which is pretty much just weekends and sometimes like very early mornings. So the amount of stuff we can actually do together is fairly limited. And that's why, like, I'm doing this, because we can't record at the moment. So I had other Return to Yharnam stuff planned for us to do together, but we can't do it. Oh, I don't know what, she doesn't have COVID, I know that. But she just said she's got, like, really bad indigestion and a headache, and she's basically just, like, lying in bed going, Aah! And it's nice because it's her birthday today. So she's going to spend her birthday being sick, which is not good. Where's the... God, this is repetitive. Repetitive already. And back. Oh, that's where the ghost was. Okay, hang on. Sometimes that's secret. you gonna tell me where to go? Is it in here? I have been in here before. I've killed you before. Oh, this is this. Is this the side area that I actually need to do? Hang on. Oh, it's behind the fucking boulder, isn't it? Now I remember. What I have been here. Is this the lamp? I'm for witness. The problem is, like, I generally have a pretty good sense of direction in these games, but I rely on landmarks. And, there really aren't any in the Chalices, because it's just the same assets over and over. Where am I going? That door means it's the lever, isn't it? There's like color-coded doors. Oh. I'm also very confused because this is the same layout as Lauren. And the lever's up here in Lauren. Oh no, that's the door for like there's gonna be a treasure beyond there. Hang on. This looks better. Here we go. Ah, here we are. Any updates on Dark Souls 3 cut content? Not that I'm aware of. I know that, like, there are, like... This is the thing about, like, cut stuff, is, like, a lot of cut stuff is found in, like, builds that you really shouldn't have. So, like, I know that there are, like, builds of, like, pre-release builds of Dark Souls 3 that have all this stuff in them. And they're somewhere. But no one's allowed to say where. And no one's allowed to, like, actually give it to anyone, but it exists, and there's people setting up these, like... It's like something from a fucking spy movie, trying to set up these, like drop-offs and things. Okay, so it should be down here. What controller do I use? It's just a PS4 one, and it's clicky because it's old. This is, like... I think this is the second controller I bought. I had, like, just the controller that came with the PS4. And it eventually, I remember it died during Nier Automata. And if you remember, if anyone who's played Nier Automata, like, that has a thing where if you're running along, 2B will sometimes, like, stumble when she's running, if she, like, her foot catches on something, and it's just a little piece of, little detail. But, my controller was dying at the same time, and because of that, I didn't realize. I just thought, oh, that's just 2B is just, like, tripping on things, or just, no, actually, this stick is broken. Okay. Dracula time. So with these bosses, like, I remember being very easy because if you chain stun them, like, they can't really do anything. But that relies on me remembering how to chain stun them, which I've not done for years. Here we go. Look, trick weapon. I don't really see that commented on much, but like, trick weapons. Pthumerians invented them. They're the ones that have the transforming weapons. It's actually literally the same mechanic as the Blade of Mercy. It's just like two swords that flip out into one sword. Okay, cool. Right. We should be able to make lower Thumaru. I had to play Snake Eater to focus. Ugh. Okay. Did I get anything good? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Lower Thumaru. So what do we need from Lower Thumaru? Okay, so nothing on the first level, we just barge through it. So we've been going for about 45 minutes. So get comfy. It's nowhere near over. That's a good sign. There's like a spectre at the door. Okay. Oh, this is this thing. So for people who don't know, these are traps. And if you stand on that thing, they go off. They're actually incredibly strong. And you can kind of use this to your advantage if you're doing this at a low level. If you lure enemies down into here, you can get them to like be killed by the trap, because it'll pretty much one-shot most things. Where are we going now? What's this way? Oh, here we go. Yep, we're approaching the extremely damaging spiders. Okay. There's another little detail if we meet these dudes. They have one eye. It's like Volta. So, I don't think any... Hang on, to double check, I don't think any of this is necessary. Yeah, there's no necessary material, so we can just head directly to our boss. So right now is depth 3. So they go from depth 1 to depth 5, and then there's like a secondary multiplier that's also used in like the final Thumru stage, where it's like kind of depth 5.5. So you can see like we're not doing quite as much damage, and we're taking a little more than we normally did before, even though like it's the same boss. That's how the depth system works. Do you remember like when we first did this, I was taking off like half their health bar with like a single just whip, and now I'm still doing a significant amount of damage, but it's not as good. We actually are in danger. We might actually die from this point onward. I remember I did this on like a very low level once, and this fight in particular is hell. Because that guy from the middle, he can like, that little pistol does a ton of damage if you're on a low level. And you're just being like sniped at constantly. Like, Tempering Blood Gems 5, I think that's the strongest you'll get in the base game, like if you just run through to Yharnam or the Hamlet or something. Is like the rank 5 Tempering ones. There's also some Nourishings, I think. But you can see there, like, we got that from the boss, so it's sort of saying that, like, at this point onward, we're in a difficulty level that's basically endgame for new game. So, okay, this, we need the Workshop Haze Extractor and 2 Ritual Blood 4, so they're in the area before the boss. My chat gone. Cool. Okay. Anyone else have anything to say, by the way? Because like I'm just going to be doing this for like hours. So if anyone's got any questions or comments or anything, like I'm available. Doesn't even have to be about Bloodborne. Just have any questions in general. This is why like I get so lost in these, because there's so many repeated. Talk about me. I don't know. I don't know what to say about me. You can ask me personal questions, like I'm not gonna care. Oh, that fucking slime. Oh, that's right. Yeah, hang on. We're gonna... There. I remember where the lever is in this part. It's not here, is it? There's like a bunch of this room layout's used for the lever a lot, but it's not. I think this is designed to like you fall in here later. But apparently the only tools we need, they're right before the boss, so we'll just open the gate first. Oh yeah, this is about the worm face guys. Like, the worm faces in Elden Ring, they also look like the corrupted dragons within Sekiro. They have like a flute as well, don't they? Because the decayed dragons, they play the flute, I think. It's been a while since I played Sekiro. I remember, like, when I first played Sekiro, I said something to that effect. I'm like, oh yeah, these decayed dragon guys, like, they really look like something from Dark Souls. And then someone was like, why do you hate Sekiro? And I'm like, I don't, I'm just saying. They look like something else. The bull from Sekiro also becomes the falling star beast in Elden Ring. Here we go. Problem is, you're very, very hard to riposte on the stairs. You're not on the same level. Come on. I think, is it 4? Oh no, Ritual Blood 4 is the one that it's hard to find, I think. I think we have to, like, farm Ritual Blood 4 to get to the next one, because it doesn't give you enough. Okay. And this is meaningless, isn't it? Ritual material ahead. Okay, let's just grab this, whatever it is. Mine. Okay, we don't need that at all. This... Is this where it breaks down and you fall into the... This isn't going to be secret, is it? Oh, okay, it is. Okay, this is about, did Sin single-handedly save the Bloodborne community? Basically, Sin is sort of like kryptonite to certain people. Like, they just can't listen to her, because if you're like a very, very sort of obnoxious, like bro, of which there are many, Sin is just like, they cannot stand her. Like, there's a lot of threads on 4chan in their, like, game generals board that was some variation of, like, oh, Sinclair Laura, I like what the guy is saying, but then, like, Sin just won't shut the fuck up. And then, they're so, like, mad and obnoxious about it. But yeah, like, basically what Sin did is, like, the Bloodborne community, if you know anything about it, like, it's the people who are super, super into it. Like, you'll know from, like, our guests and everything, it's mostly, like, women and or queer people who are super into this. But then there's a lot of, like, really, really angry, like, kind of stereotypical gamer types who have, like, unironic top hat avatars that don't think it should be about that. And, they just sort of think they can throw their weight around and, like, silence people who don't sort of conform to that, and Sin just doesn't care. Like, you can say all kinds of shit to her and she just shrugs. Yeah, she's a dude bro repellent, that's what she is. So they just don't, like, they don't bother, and, like, she basically just helped create, like, a space where that was, like, not being tolerated. And it kind of gave us all a second wind, because, like, I've talked about this before, but, like, on my old, like, channel, like, pre-transition, I was getting positive comments, literally from people, like, with completely unironic, like, swastika avatars, and, like, stuff like that. And they're like, this is great, it's like Vadi, but it's better. And, like, that was a big part of why I quit. And I was getting a lot of, like, really positive feedback from people I hated. And, yeah, so, like, what Sin did was she basically made a place where people like that just couldn't exist. She just doesn't care. Like, if you say, like, shit to her, she just shrugs. She's pretty much unflappable. Yeah, people bring up Aegon, like, the same thing happened with Aegon, because, like, for the people who don't, like, Aegon hasn't really made anything, like, any, like, very long lore videos for a very long time. But like Aegon is a he was on like obviously we had him on like a couple months ago, but like he's very very like explicitly like pro like making a safe space and stuff. And people would get so mad, and I remember like there was a specific chilling moment for me where someone was saying like my old channel. People who don't know my old channel is called JSF. And there was this video, there was this comment on a game forum that was like, I used to watch Aegon, but then he started talking about safe spaces and I couldn't stand it. So now I watch JSF. And it's like, oh my god. It's like all these shitheads were coming to me because they were like, Aegon's too woke. So like, yeah. And like I wasn't really in the state mentally to stand up, because I'm not very confrontational. I wasn't really in a state to sort of like tell those people to fuck off because there were so many of them. I just sort of abandoned the channel. And Sin like just does not care. It's like if you talk shit to Sin, like she'll just troll you. And yeah, that's sort of like that's what I mean about like Sin sort of like saved everything. The haze extractor is like, it's kind of important. We need it we need it to get into one of the later dungeons. And the haze extractor used to be in Hintertombs. Like you had to go through Hintertombs, and that was sort of the point of Hintertombs. And then they moved it here, so now there is kind of no point in Hintertombs. Hintertombs, like, if you want the Madman set, it's in there. But other than that, there's really no point in going to Hintertombs anymore. Unless you're just a completionist. Yeah, the Bloodborne community is extremely good. Like, I've said this to, like, the people involved before, but, like, the game is almost, like, not relevant to us that much anymore. It's just, like, we just know each other, and, like, eventually, like, the servers will go down, and, like, you know, people won't play it anymore, but we'll all still be friends after this, which I could not say about, like, really anything else. Like, I'm friends with people I met through Bloodborne who never finished it. Like, we've had her on a few times, but, like, Autumn, who's, like, one of... If people know Starsteel Hacker Girl Jessica, like, she's one of the people that made that. And, like, she's, like... She really likes Bloodborne, and she's, like... She met a lot of people through the community, and she's never finished it. Because it's just not, like... She's not that interested in finishing it, she just sort of likes the vibe. I'm, like, debating whether to bring up, like, certain really shitty people who you've dealt with. But, like, the kind of person I'm talking about, like, they're, like, a real issue. Hello, friend of Oyster. This is the one where there's nothing at the end, I remember it. Oh yeah, hey Centrina. Yeah, we want to get you on at some point. It's just difficult because you have to figure out, like, Australia and Canada and wherever you are lining up on a day no one's got work. We can look at a PC port. So we covered this earlier, but, like, the PC port of Bloodborne, it was in development. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know if it's still in development. I just know that, like, there was one. I don't know if there still is. Because, like, people think it's so obvious, why don't they have one? Like, they do. And I don't know when. Like, it looked old. Like, it didn't look like a contemporary operating... Sorry, it didn't look like it was running on a contemporary operating system. Like, it looked sort of like... It may have even been made at the same time as PS4, I don't know. But, like, it definitely existed. And it was, I guess, never followed up on or something. But I don't know if, like, it was actually finished. Or they just started it and abandoned it, or they, like... They made it and locked it away in, like, the bowels of From Software. 2 Ritual Blood 4 side area before boss. Okay. Did I get it? What Ritual Blood 4 do I have? Okay, that's both from enemy drops. So... I'm gonna double check this room. I feel like just getting the gem. Maybe there's more. There's sometimes chests in the corners. No? Okay. No hidden ones? Okay. Oh, yeah, hang on. It's in... I remember it now. It's in that lower part where there's like a... near where the scorpion is and there's a one-way door. Because I remember trying to find it for ages, so it's like in there. Maybe I do have to drop down. This is the one where there's nothing at the end. Yeah, okay. Let's drop down. Hopefully... This is where the rats were that I killed? Yeah! Okay. That's why you kill the rats. Except this one. Yeah. Get through here. Hang on. I mean, the PS4 games are PS5 compatible, which makes me think that, like, they can still print money with Bloodborne. They can keep re-releasing it. Is it this one? There's no little... Okay. Well, this guy's still alive, so I haven't been down here yet. Oh, here we go. This is the room. This is the one with all the little baby scorpions on it. They all scurry away when you kill it. Look at that. Oh yeah, I have seen one PS4 in my life. And it was like $700. So I'm fine not needing one. Yeah, this is Lower Thumeru. We're doing all of them. Okay, so I will now just go refresh. I was planning to do this another day, and I was actually going to go, and there's like a dollar store that I hang out in a lot that sells these little resin chalices with skulls all over them, and I was going to get one and use it on the stream, but then we had to kind of shift the days around and it wouldn't have worked, so... Here we go. 208. Why did they not bring this system back? Why is this not a system in Elden Ring? Let me add gems to things. I'm gonna bring shining coins because I got lost last time. And... Okay, we're actually... Oh, Christ, we're almost out of bullets. Okay, let's just... buy some more vials. Oh, you played Bloodborne 15 minutes, gave up and loving the... That's actually really good. That's true of a lot of things. Like, Sin wants us to cover Warhammer stuff. Because the new edition's coming out at the end of June. And I thought that'd be a good time to get into it. And again, like, Warhammer has a... Because obviously Warhammer is, like, astoundingly expensive. There's like a whole Warhammer community that is just interested in the story and doesn't really like play it or collect it. Actually, so you can't see it properly from here, but in that sort of like teal little container, there's the Space Marines I've been building. Actually, no, it's not. It's in that teal container. That teal container is cat food. So I'm hoping to put together like some functional... I got a bunch of Space Marines and a bunch of Necrons because they were in the starter set, which is the only affordable thing Games Workshop release. So like, I grabbed a bunch of the starter sets, which are Space Marine versus Necrons, so we have a lot of Space Marines and a lot of Necrons. Thank you, Valerian. So we're hoping to have like a functional Space Marine and Necron forces ready when 10th edition lands, which will, I think is at the end of June. Oh yeah, there is a trans lady I watch. I just realized how loud my mic is. There's a trans lady I watch called Crimson Oracle. She's not like super popular. She's like, it's like just over 1,000 subscribers, and she's doing Necromunda stuff, and she's got a really good video out about the whole like Space Marine, like the idea that like Space Marines have to be men because of the Y chromosome, and sort of like interrogating that, which I think is really interesting. This guy's a pain, by the way. If I can hit him. This is like usually like you can see that even like I'm like level 200 and he's like up half my health. This guy from memory, he is... You can do quite a lot of damage by breaking the tumor thing on his leg, but if you do that, it makes him go into a second, more aggressive phase. But if we die to a boss, like, it'll be this guy, because you can see he's absolutely destroying me. And I'd really like to do something about Space Marines, because I think they're genuinely interesting. Because it's not like we have a law reason why it's only men, so you can't complain. It's like it's actually doing stuff with concepts of like homosociality and like homosexual reproduction and stuff like that, which I find really interesting. He's weak to thrust, thank you. See, if you damage the tumor, he's sort of like the spikes on his back. Oh, I've done it. Okay. The spikes will sort of like detach, and he just spins around, and he becomes really, really difficult. I know he's weak to thrust, but I'm also a coward, so I'm trying to keep my distance. I don't even understand this guy's hitboxes. Like, he's extremely... Okay, yeah, we broke the tumor, and you can see now he is just gonna go, like... He's gonna start doing it now. Oh no, the tumor's still there. Oh, it must be at half health, not the tumor. Okay. Let's see if we can pop the tumor. Aha. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on Velka? No, not really. Everyone was like, blank is Velka, blank is Velka, blank. Like, Velka's like she's like a functional dynamic of the story, which is like, there's a goddess of sin, is what she do. But, like, I never really cared about, like, is she this person, is she that person? There we go. It was less painful than expected. Okay, one thing I thought would be cool, right? Is when I heard that the DLC, the first DLC, Ashes of Ariandel, it looked like it was Velka themed. Because it still kind of is, but like there was like the big crow and everything. Like, oh, we're gonna get some Velka stuff. And Dark Souls has like it has that narrator. She's only in 1 and 3. Pixen Lim, I think her name is. And she like narrates the story, and she narrates the crow appearing. And I always thought it'd be cool if like Dark Souls ended, like it was the end of Dark Souls 3, and she narrates the ending, and then it pulls out, and you see that the narrator was Velka, and she's telling the story of Dark Souls to all of the crows. And that's why there's the Corthian storytellers, because they're actually reciting the story of Dark Souls, and that's why it's always slightly different every time. And there's all these like inconsistencies. It's because like it's a story that's being passed down from Velka to the Corthians. But obviously that didn't happen. That would actually been very, very, very like fan-wanky, but I thought it would have been cool. So the next one is 5 ritual blood for oh no, oh yeah, this is a 4-layer one. Okay, so there's 1 ritual blood in it. 1 ritual blood at the start. And then the second one. Which one of these is it? Is it this one? Where am I? Where's the spider? Okay, there we go. I think it's here. The thing about 40k is, like, I haven't been into 40k since I was 12. So I'm just very used to, like, everything is always changing, everything's always being rewritten. So I don't really, like, the people who are obsessed with canon just sort of, like, annoy me. Also, the whole point is, like, you're making your own things. Like, that's why people get so protective of it, I think, because it's like, if you spend, you know, all day making your own, like, bespoke little army of dudes, and then someone tells you that it's not canon, it's like, that it exists, I just did it. Okay, so apparently I can just book it to ROM here and not worry about looking for anything. But that would require me to know where I was going, which we know at this point's unlikely. Oh, thank you, Chris. It's weird because, like, Bloodborne is tiny when you think about it. Like, it's... Compared to this, like, it's like, I think the whole game is about, like, twice the size of Leyndell and Elden Ring. Like, it's not big at all, but at the same time, as a massive fan base, it will never go away. I'll just talk a little bit about why we keep running into spiders. So this whole level is absolutely full of spiders, and the boss is Rom. And what that is if you got the Bloodborne, like the original, like, strategy guide that came with, like, the collector's edition, I think it was with that? I don't know if it was part of it. But basically there was a guide that came out, and it mentioned, like, here's all the Chalice things you can do. One of them is called, like, the spider ritual. And it said, like, if you perform the spider ritual, there'll be spiders all over the level. And of course there is no spider ritual. But what we're looking at here is the spider ritual. It was originally going to be, like, at some point, an additional thing you could add to the Chalice when you made it. Like, I want spider ritual. And that would give you, like, Rom spiders everywhere. And it doesn't do that anymore, obviously. But they made it active for just this one. Oh, yes, good. Ritual blood 4. Okay. We might be able to do this. We may not have to revisit. But yeah, what you're looking at here is this would have been at some point possible to just add to a root chalice. Was like, I just want spiders everywhere. And they don't do that anymore. But this is like a remnant of it. The same is true of Lauren and East. I guess we'll talk about that when we get there. But Lauren and East are like, they're also just like modifiers. Like they were going to be just modifiers you could apply to the chalices to make them look like Lauren and East rather than them being their own sort of defined areas, and ended up not going with that. There's so many. The spiders here, like, they're massive, and the thing is that, like, the bigger the spiders are, the less dangerous they are. Weirdly, because the big spiders, they're just big, so they just catch things by hunting them down and jumping on them. It's the little ones that have the dangerous venom. Obviously that's not 100% true all the time, because fucking, like, there's tarantulas and things, but in general. In general. And, yeah, they absolutely trick, like, the predator reflex of cats. So the cats will see them and just, like, start chasing them around like mice. Hey them! Okay, so this is Chalice ROM. My understanding is we don't need to get anything before that. Yep, okay, we already got the Ritual Blood 4, so... What time is it? It's 5:20 now. Wallpaper. What else can we use to hurt wrong? Okay. So Chalice ROM is like, in a sense, she's easier because you have the pillars that you can hide behind. But also in a sense she's harder because it's a tiny, tiny space. So we're gonna see if we can do this. Also, like, she just warps in immediately. You don't get, like, a grace period. And because we're not an arcane build, we can't just, like, spam Tiny to Nitrous like I'd like to. What's happening? Why is Rom in the dungeon? Okay, so the dungeons themselves, we've talked about this a little bit. Altair wanted to talk about it, we might wait till she's back to go into it in more detail. But basically, the dungeons, as you go through them, you're kind of going back in time. They're like frozen points in time. So this would have been, I think, like when ROM first became ROM. Like you're going back to like the birth of ROM. Shit. And we'll see the same thing in the next boss. See, that's like the one advantage of this arena, but the meteors get blocked by the pillars. Now this is a little tricky because usually we've only had the 3 layers, but now we get a 4th layer. This is going better than I thought, honestly. We're like 90 minutes in, we've killed rooms. Alright, let's just go back. Okay. So... I have to get the Chalice from Bloodletting Beast. I stored a bunch of stuff, didn't I? Hang on. Okay. Getting rid of the gems. And of course not. He's got 5 paper. Let's just buy some more ash. Sorry, that is just... Alright, yeah. Yeah, I think it is the choir trying to bring Rom back to stop the Mensis ritual, yeah. The only oddity with that, and again, like, I don't think there is a set answer because we know for a fact that that altar was added, like, quite late. So it's not going to sync with everything else. But, like, I'm pretty sure what happened is just, like, the choir know about Rom. They know Rom is stopping the Mensis ritual. She dies, the ritual happens, so they're trying to bring her back to try to stop the ritual from continuing. There's a lot of things that doesn't quite vibe with because the, everything about Upper Cathedral Ward suggests that the Red Moon happened out of nowhere and they all pretty much died on the spot. So I don't know who brought her back. It was Yuri, maybe? I don't know. Okay, so we're here. We need 5 ritual blood, 4 in 2 separate rooms. This way. I don't... There was a Polygon article that people sort of... Was it Polygon or Eurogamer? There was an article about women in Elden Ring, and I think a lot of the responses to it was significantly better than the actual article. The choir are making moves during the events of the game. Yeah, the choir are they're following Willem's advice rather than Lawrence's. So during the events of the game, the choir are kind of not. They're basically just trying to stop Mensis from fucking up. Rather than necessarily having, like, a grand plan. So basically, they're the ones who go to Bergenworth, and they leave that note that says, like, hey, don't fucking wake up the spider. And while that's happening, like, they're just off in Upper Cathedral Ward, doing their little, like, moon viewing thing with the Briatus. So that's why I think, like, they probably didn't, like, yeah, like, they didn't really do much. They're basically all off meditating all game. But yeah, like, there's this, like, behind-the-scenes sort of Choir Mensis war that's going on. You sell something, don't you? Yes. Although I don't need that because I'm not doing roots. Oh, the shadows. Yeah, I think the shadows are, like, they're like Yharnam's, like, literally, like, they're the shadows of Yharnam. I think the idea is, like... Sorry. The idea is, like, you encounter these things called the shadows of Yharnam before you realise that Yharnam is the name of a person. So you assume they're the shadows of the city of Yharnam, and then you realise later on, no, they're the shadows of Queen Yharnam. And they're just like her agents that she's sending out. Okay, a lot of people have died on their way here. Oh, shit. I need anything here? God, these things are hard. Shit. I've done these very low level before, and my, like, trick for doing it low level is you bring a Shaman Boneblade, and you Boneblade the summoners, and then they just summon enemies that kill them for you. Okay, the Shadows of Yharnam in Forbidden Woods have the snakes. The ones in the Nightmare don't. And it specifies that, like, the snake is sort of haunting that area. So I think that's what it is, like, the Shadows of Yharnam. Like, the snake is not... The snake is a bug, not a feature. So the others don't have it. Hey. Okay, good. If we get enough Ritual Blood 4 drops, we might not have to redo this. Yeah, the giant. We talked about the giant snake last time, but basically, when you're fighting Shadows of Yharnam, and the snakes come out of the ground, that is a remnant of when the boss literally was a gigantic snake, and its attack was it'd bury its heads in the ground, and then the heads would pop up. And then that was sort of rewritten to be like, the Medaris twin snake is possessing people in Forbidden Woods. Although I don't quite understand how the actual, like, snake-infected people fit it into the old story. Okay, hang on. I've been through here. Hang on. Need 5 Ritual Blood 4. There's 2 chests in separate rooms. Okay, so we have 1 chest done. I'm gonna start laying coins in a row. Yeah, the interesting thing about the snakes, right, is that the Medaris whistle is it scales with blood tinge, which is supposed to be like the quality of the blood that you have. And you'll notice, like, it possesses the people in Forbidden Woods, but the people in Forbidden Woods, there's two kinds. There's the ones that have the asymmetrical Yharnam limbs, and then there's the possessed ones. And the possessed ones, they don't have the asymmetrical Yharnam limbs. Like, they don't look like they have any, like, any of that sort of transformed physiology to them. And I think the idea is it's going after the people who don't have the, like, corrupted blood. So the like, the hairy sort of asymmetrical people in Forbidden Woods, then they're immune to the snake, it doesn't care about them. But the people whose limbs work, like whose bodies like aren't corrupted, it's going after them, and it's going to the shadows. Because obviously the shadows are Pthumerian, so they have like the best blood. Because remember also, like, the beast, the snake died because they fed it beasts. Like, it consumed all this beast stuff and it got sick. And then it died, and it got vermin. So that makes sense also why, like, it wants better blood. Like, it's trying to, like, counteract the fact that the blood in it is corrupted. By going after, like, the Pthumerians, like the people who haven't had the beast blood pellets. Ah, okay, right, I remember this. So, we'll go this way first. That is like the way I came. Here we go. I keep instinctively trying to click in the stick to sneak, because I still think I'm playing Elden Ring. You just have to be very, very quiet. The beings of light, I think, are just like a reference to the sword guiding him. There's a Buddhist story about like a thread of light that hangs down from heaven into hell that like someone's grabbing onto to try to escape. And I wondered if that was like part of the inspiration, because it specifies that like Buddha is, I'm probably going to mangle this, I apologize if there's anyone who's well versed in Buddhism listening, but it's like Buddha's in heaven and he's looking down and he sees all these like horrible things happening in hell, and there's like a spider. He sends a spider down with like a thread of light attached to it that someone will like, it's like there's someone down there who once didn't murder a spider, so he's given like an opportunity to redeem himself, but then he sort of greedily grabs it or something. I don't remember the exact story, but I wondered if it was something to do with that, 'cause it's like this, like the thread. Okay, hang on. I don't know if I got... I did get... Hang on. There were two separate rooms with ritual blood in them, so maybe that was it. No, slime can't climb. Do I have them? 5 ritual blood, 4 in 2 chests in 2 separate rooms. Maybe it's later on. How much ritual blood 4 do I have? I have 12. How much do I need? I only need 9 to make... Okay, I'm good then. I thought I was going to get lost to farm this shit. Okay, I definitely have enough ritual blood for. So let's... back to the start. Yeah, the talking about like them being like the particles around you when you get rally. Like, I think it's something to do with that. But like, cause like the sword and the rally are like connected because the rally rune gets in Ludwig's head when he encounters like the sword. Okay. Do I get summons for Lawrence? I don't remember. This is the one where, like, as soon as the fight starts, he can just punch you to death. So hopefully it won't be that bad. So this is, we talked about the chalices being back in time, right? So this is obviously out of sync because, spoilers, this dude's got a head. This is something like I remember when the game first came out, there was a lot of arguments over like, where does the skull in the cathedral come from? It's very obviously the skull of this thing, which very explicitly later on loses its head. But you can see that. I've not done this for a while, you can tell. The head is still there now. Like it's the same like outline. There's like a fracture in the same place. Like it's the same skull. And at this point, the skull is still attached to the body. You can see like there's like that big fracture where there's a fracture in the skull. And that is because Loza, when he was going down, he's come from outside. So he's not really part of this. He's an outsider that's come into the chalices. So this is like the beginning of Lawrence's journey down the chalices. If you want to know why... Oh yeah, I'll talk about the dialogue trigger later on. I don't think it does it anymore. So Lawrence is going into the chalices. So he's come from outside. That's why at this point in time he's still got the head. Because we're going way back. And that's why he's got the defiled chalice, because he's trying to get deeper and deeper into the dungeon. And eventually, when we meet the version that's missing a head, he's right outside of Queen Yharnam. So he's gone looking for her. Yeah, Uzumaki. So like, a lot of Bloodborne is drawn from Uzumaki, the Junji Ito manga, and that specifically has in it a labyrinth under the town. And they specify, like, in that as they're going down, oh, the deeper we go into the labyrinth, the more time is slowing down, and then when we get to the bottom, like, time has stopped. So it's if you think of like, the chalices as, like, sort of you're exploring, like, different layers of history, that always made sense to me. Because otherwise none of it makes any sense as, like, things in the chalices that should be dead. And, like, characters are in different states in the chalices. They should be in, like, a different... If the waking world happened. Anyway. Did not get any good ones. Can I upgrade any of my... No, I can't. I need more chunks. Okay, so... Now we have to go on a detour because if we try to make... Cursed and Defiled, we don't have Bastards of Lauren and we don't have Arcane Haze. So we can make Arcane Haze pretty easily, but what we need to do actually is make the Lauren Chalice. Lauren Chalice requires Cold Blood Flower Buds, which thankfully I should have the ability to buy. Yes. So it specifies on the Lauren Chalice description that you... Not the Lauren Chalice, sorry. The Cursed and Defiled Chalice. That you need them to... you need the Cursed and Defiled Chalice. You need the Bastard of Lauren to activate the Cursed and Defiled Chalice. So now we're going to have to go to Lauren to grab Bastard of Lauren. So... Okay, so there's layer 1 of this. There's going to be two side areas with ritual blood in them. Anyway, about the bloodletting beast having dialogue. So, something that you might have noticed if you watched the credits, which a lot of people didn't, which is why they still insist the game was written in English first, is that Lawrence has 2 voice actors. One of them is the not Daniel Fine. I've forgotten his name. Daniel Fine is Alfred. Basically, there's another VA for Lawrence. He's the guy that talks in, like, the flashback. The one who's like, "Oh, Willem, I bid you farewell." That guy there. And then there is... Maybe that is Daniel Fine. Anyway. And then there is another guy called Joe Sims credited as being the voice of Lawrence. And now Lawrence only has one one set of dialogue in the game. And it's clearly... it's the guy, actually the same guy he's the guy who's Gilbert. It's the same voice actor that Gilbert has. So that leads to this thing of like what happened to the other VA tracks. So the other VA tracks recorded by Joe Sims, who is still in the game. He's the Yharnamite voices. He's the one who's like, "Oh, stranger, get out of here!" Like he's that guy. He has like a much rougher sort of tone to his voice. And for the longest time, we could not figure out like what the hell the deal with Lawrence having 2 VAs was. So, there's a glitch that sometimes happens. I don't know if it happens on the current patch, but it did used to happen. Where when you were fighting the bloodletting beast, if you died, it would play Patch's dialogue. And we weren't quite sure why that was. And it turned out that this is a game like, this is very theoretical, but it does make sense. What's happening is the game is trying to play dialogue, like when the bloodletting beast kills you, but there's no dialogue to play, and the reason it's playing Patches is because Patches is the only thing in the Chalice dungeons that has dialogue. So it's basically like it can't find dialogue to play, and it's defaulting to like the only dialogue it can find, which is Patches. So that led to like, oh, the bloodletting beast probably had dialogue at some point, and since we sort of, it's like, it's not ever explicitly said, but it's pretty clear that the bloodletting beast is Lawrence. That was probably the other Lawrence dialogue. And we think we know what it might have been, because we have in the like old unused dialogue like tables, there's a character whose dialogue was never translated. It was only written in Japanese, so it never, as far as we can tell, like, it's not recoverable in any other form, but it's someone who's saying like, "Hey, my head's missing, have you seen it?" And that really fits with the state Lawrence finds himself in. And it's very, very similar to Ludwig. Like when you beat Ludwig and there's the Ludwig head on the ground, like if you imagine that, but it's the bloodletting beast's head, and it's Lawrence talking to you, and then that's why when you like you would kill him, his head would fall off, you'd talk to the head, and then the implications, the head is then kind of like taken back to the cathedral. So that's, we're pretty sure that's like the genesis of the unused Joe Sims lines. Oh my god, got the fucking spider conga line. Okay, so the thing is that dialogue, it's before the research hall existed. Like, it's in like an old version of the game. Like, to the point where, like, it wasn't ever, as far as we can tell, I want to say it wasn't, it clearly must have been if it was recorded by Joe Sims. But, like, yeah, there's something going on. Also important to point out that, like, I keep flinching, sorry. That, at this point, like, the idea of the healing church being founded by someone from Bergenworth isn't really part of the story. Like, at that point, it's the Healing Church is this, like, just ancient Yharnam thing. And whoever the founder of the Healing Church was, like, it wasn't the guy from the Bergenworth flashback, it was someone else. Oh, the Screaming Dudes. The Screaming Dudes are technically beasts. They react to, like, pungent blood and they react to beast weapons. And what they are is they're just blood drunk. They're just like Thumerians who lost their minds, went blood drunk, and started hacking people up. And that's why there's, I guess, why there's so many in Lauren, because Lauren's just, like, completely... Obviously, you have to make a lot of concessions here, because it's like, that's why it's Lauren, but Lauren's not Thumru. Why are the Thumerians in Lauren? I guess Lauren went to the Chalices? Maybe? But yeah, they're just blood drunk Thumerians. That's why they're all, like, trying to rip you apart, and... What's in here? There's something in here, isn't there? So, oh, this is where we came from. I'm an idiot, sorry. Okay. We're just on 2 hours. And we're in Lauren. So basically we have to do Lauren. Then we have to do... I think we actually... God, we have to do 2 of these, don't we? We have to do Lauren and some of Lower Lauren. I think we have to do all of it. I don't know why they're using corpses as weapons. And maybe they were trying to eat the corpses. So we have to do this. We have to do Lower... I think we don't have to do all of Lower Lauren, but we have to do some of Lower Lauren. Just to get ritual materials. This area is cool, by the way. If you Shaman Boneblade the big beast, they all just turn on each other. Anyway. So we'll... Yeah. I think it's like this, and then... We get the Bastards of Lauren that will... Why did I do that? I knew that was coming. It's like walking into a banana skin. Bastards of Lauren to activate the Chalice. I think we also need more ritual blood. And then we can... Yes. Then we can do Cursed. And then I think after Cursed we need to go to... It's either Lower Lauren or East to get the materials to make Tumor Ihel. And it's possible we'll have to do one of these chalices twice, just to make sure we have enough materials. Yeah, presumably it's somewhere, somehow, there is a Lawrence's Joe Sims dialogue. And I imagine it would be quite similar to Ludwig's. Where it's like, you know, tell me how the church is going, and then if you say, like, you know, it's going well or it's going badly, it's like, oh no. Hang on. Go back up again. Okay. There's like a screaming dude. Oh, for God's sake, leave me. Oh, there they are. There's one where they trick you and there's like another one down there. Okay, come on. Hey, John. There's a piece of Japanese text that press kit image of Simon that translates to lizard fingers. I don't know. I'm surprised you could get that, because like I remember us trying to make sense of it and it was too blurry for us to read. I remember sending it to Loki and he just replied, "I'm not a miracle worker." We can show off the press kit if anyone wants, actually. Because it's literally just over the room from me. It's already fallen apart, so it doesn't matter if it breaks on camera. Okay. Hang on, do I need anything from the other layer? Yes. 2 ritual blood for inside area before boss. Okay. Oh, using neural filters to... Oh, okay. That's interesting. I might actually, like... I'll pass that on, because that does sound like... potentially, like, a weird node. And yeah, for reference, what's being talked about here is, like, there's art of Simon, or at least someone who's clearly supposed to be, like, the Simon character, in the press kit. And, obviously, like, Simon's not in the base game. So you can see them, like, kind of playing with those concepts. The, basically, Simon's set and the one the Madaris twins wear, those are both in the press kit. I mean, those were in the base game, like, completely. They just don't let you have them. And, the Madaris twins set is, it's listed as belonging to a character called Executioner Otto, who, like, obviously is not in the game anymore. Like, that's what that started off as originally. It's interesting also how many of the names end up being reused. So you have, like Izzy was an... Izzy was an NPC who ended up being, like, Irreverent Izzy the Hunter. Archibald was an NPC, he ended up becoming, like, the Spark Hunter guy. And then you have Otto, which presumably becomes the Otto Workshop. They're just, like, recycling the names. Over here, little shit. Oh, we're gonna get the big chasm, aren't we? But yes, love this thing. This, like, really gives you a sense of, like, just how massive the chalices actually are. There's, like, light coming down from the ceiling. Ebriatus got moved around a lot. Flora got moved around a lot. We're actually levitating, by the way. You can see that, like, our feet are slightly above the ground. Anyway. Oh yeah, there's a silver beast in here. Hello. Interesting thing actually about the silver beast I see commented on is, like, they actually have 2 phases, and when they get to half health, that's when they go down on all fours. So it's like they're losing, like, what humanity they had, and they just completely become a beast and start crawling. Yeah, there's not. There's that. Trying to remember. I think we can go to the top. I think the top bridge is accessible. Yeah, it's from over here, okay. The way it sort of works is, like, basically they make it so there's 4 set pieces total. This is the set piece that is given to the Lauren dungeons, which is the chasm. The East dungeons get... What did the East get? There's, like, one thing that's specific to East, and there's one thing... Hintertombs gets the swamp. I can't remember what East actually gets. And then, like, Thumaru gets this big, like sort of castle interior. Yeah, it's sad I only get 1 each. Must be up here, surely. Is this where I'm going? No, this is back we started. Well, okay, this is an interesting thing about, like, the way that the chalices are actually constructed, is that they made, like, every single set piece and every single texture and everything is made, like, in There's 4 sets. There's just 1 for each. And then they just don't use them. It's like there is a chasm like this for East, and they just make it so it never appears. How do I get? I forgot how you get up there. Maybe it is in here. Sorry, no, this is quite boring. There's no way up here, is there? No. So it must be on the other side. Instead of this left going, oh god, this, so I've done them so many times, it's so rote, and I'm like, I'm also lost. Okay, so we have to get up there. There's like a fork I'm missing? No? Okay. Maybe it's up here. Oh, it's here. Duh. Okay, there we go. Thank you, by the way, Torby, because I don't remember the exact layout of these places. It's Trin's job. And there's a collapsing floor here, isn't there? Oh, it's... So yeah, like talking about the dungeons. Initially, like, the idea was there was just one dungeon. This is one really long, massive dungeon underneath Yharnam. And when you were creating them, you would have these modifying rituals you can apply, like you can now. Like how now you can do, like, you know, sinister or defiled or whatever. Or fettered. This would have been like, there would have been additional rituals. One was called Storm, which is like Lauren, and one was called Cosmic, which was East. And then I think Thintertombs was probably one as well, and they ended up breaking it down. So instead of becoming like multiple ways to sort of change an existing dungeon, they just made them into their own areas. So like this would just be like, there'd all be one structure, and this would just be like, okay, you've used the storm ritual, so you've got this like sandstorm effect with the lightning. The treasure rooms are awesome. Like, I'm sad a lot of people, like, I understand not wanting to play these because it gets really repetitive, as I think we've demonstrated, but there's a lot of really cool stuff in here that people don't see. I have to keep craning my neck around to see my bullets because I've got to stand in front of the TV. This is the wrong way. No, it's the right way. Actually, hang on, let's just... Actually, I want to save these so I don't lose them. And... oh yeah, here we go. I know where we are. I might actually walk out and come back. Okay, we're 2 hours 14 minutes. Last few ones I've done, they've gone for about 4 hours, so this is normal. Any better gems for me? No. Did my evil one take better gems? No. Okay, what do we need? Should we buy some? Can I buy hunter's marks? Do I have the right badge for that? I can't. No. They would have added that at the start. Okay. Is that skull real? That skull there. That is that is a Halloween decoration that I bought, and then I realized I had nowhere to put it. So it just lives behind me now. And the thing is, like, when I have work meetings and I'm on Microsoft Teams, it has this, like, AI that's trying to identify faces and blur out the background, and it will identify the skull as a face. So I'll be sitting here with the background blurred talking to someone, and then the skull will just keep blinking in and out of frame. I have nowhere to... The skull doesn't fit any... Everything I have is stored in 1 foot square cubes, and the skull is slightly larger than 1 foot square, so it has nowhere to live. So it just has to live there. I could put a crown on it. Okay. You can see now, like, I'm actually starting to, like, not over damage everything. Ooh. Beast Soul has an interesting mechanic where if it grabs you and bites you, it buffs itself with your blood. Like, it'll take, like, a big bite out of your neck, and then it will start licking its hands, like lacking the blood off its hands, and it'll develop this red aura. I think is really rad. Oh yeah, the Burning Blade Giant. That was like... Yeah, the story's like in the chat, like everyone thought it was cut and it was actually there, it was just in a dungeon no one cared about. Same thing happened actually with, I brought this up last time, Celestial Emissary has a buff it can do, and it only happens in the Upper Cathedral Ward version, because it buffs the little emissaries around it. But it doesn't do that if it's on its own, and because the Upper Cathedral Ward version is so easy, everyone just demolishes it and never does the buff. And I remember when it happened, it was like, I saw it when I was trying to record it, because I wasn't fighting it, I was just hiding and trying to get footage. And I'd never seen it before, and like, Meth had never seen it before, Trin had never seen it before. I was like, what is this? And then people on Twitter were like, oh yeah, it does that sometimes. And we just never noticed because we killed it too quickly. Okay, what do I need on layer 2? 2 ritual blood inside area before layer lamp. And we're going to skip the beast claws, so don't need those. Hang on, I minimized that. There we go. Oh, cubes. Yeah, okay. I don't have any on me, but basically, hang on. I can't reach my camera properly from here. You see behind me, like, cubes? Like, that's just a series of cubes, and the skull's on a cube. Basically, everything I have is just in a series of storage cubes. And the skull, unfortunately, is slightly too tall to fit in a storage cube. But it has to be out there, because I've nowhere else to put it. I have a bunch of other, like, weird things, but the problem is my camera's, like... Because usually the camera's somewhere different because I'm staring at the monitor when I'm doing this, but I'm recording off my TV right now, which means it has to be somewhere else. I have many cubes. There's a hardware store that's 7 minutes walk from me that sells cubes and cube storage. So I'm like, I'll just do this. Okay. Oh, that's Izzy's admirer. Would not have come here. I don't have a GameCube. I have a GameCube emulator, but not a GameCube. Did you drop anything? So sometimes do. Not today. Oh hey Paula. Okay, good. More blood. It's through. I'm just we're trying to get to the bottom of the chalices in one sitting. Which unfortunately means we have to take a detour and get items from Warren. The silver beasts sometimes drop bastards of Warren. And if that happens, like, we'll go a little faster, but I don't know. I'm gonna get it. The cubes are also good because they're 1 foot square, so I can immediately tell you I have X cubic feet of Y. Like, I have 6 cubic feet of clothes. Instead of a wardrobe, I've just got a 3 by 2 thing, and all my clothes are in cubes. I think I have enough now. I feel like I'm really going to regret going, oh, I don't need the Saw Hunter badge. Because I think that's what unlocks Bolt Hunter's marks. Now that I don't have any. I'm going to have to do a lot of walking back, so I don't want to waste my energy. Oh, right. No, I have Radiant Sword badge. I can't buy them. Hang on. Wait, how did I get here? There's no door. Hang on. Let's try this. Oh yeah, I ran past the slime on the way. Oh, I got it. Oh yeah, this thing here. Little piece of like weird factoid. That is based on a real sea monster that washed ashore. It's called the Aberdeen sea monster. And I think the consensus is it was just like a decayed dolphin. But if you ever look up the Aberdeen sea monster, it looks exactly like this. Like they just referenced a photo of it to make that. It's a very cute sea monster. I think most sea monsters are cute on some level. I'm gonna end up with a beast conga line. I'm just like, fuck, I can't bother fighting anyone. This thickness of fog, by the way, is like a lot closer to, if you look at like old screenshots, they sort of wanted that level of fog at some point for most of Yharnam. Like just these incredibly thick, like pea soup fog. But that's where there's no, there isn't. Oh, pity. Like if you look at old screenshots, it looks like Silent Hill levels of fog. They ended up not going with. Oh my god. How do you get fog in a desert? You need this humidity. Here we go, that's the Lauren Cleric. A lot of people never see these because they're only in Lauren. It's optional, but here they are. Here they are. Oh, shit. Dead. It's another pyromancer beast thing. And yeah, those like fireball shooting beasts, there's data for them just like around Yharnam. You can actually see them, they're in some of the old trailers. Like they're guarding the cathedral. They're like shooting you as you come up the stairs. But you can see them in the distance. They don't use them anymore, they just put them in Lauren. I think they did that to sort of really emphasize that like Lauren has been through the same thing Yharnam went through, so it, like explicitly, it had its own healing church. Okay, so that's open. So if I... Oh, he got me. Oh, Christ. Wonder if I can trigger it to knock the boulder down and then kill the enemy. There we go. Okay. Work smarter, not harder. I'm not even working smart, I'm fucking up with someone. Like, this is the beast conga line room. Okay, yeah. I have opened the door, haven't I? Yeah, there's like the people in the hunter's mark position. Like there's the idea of like that symbol being associated with people who are dead or dying. Like it goes back like to Fumaru. Okay. As far as I understand it, there's another room through here. 4 ritual blood for inside area. Hang on, how many ritual blood? What do I have? Okay, I actually don't need it because I have enough to make the defiled chalice. So I can skip this part. I actually just need to head to the layer below this. Because, oh, I don't know how well I'm going to go, so I've got 13 vials. Might be okay. Oh, it's this fucker. Okay, yeah. Come on. Try it. I'm gonna wish I brought antidote. Oh, okay, the Alberta Briatus thing, that's like, it's down to a line Alfred says, where he says, like, the source of the healing blood is venerated in the church, and people think, oh, it's Briatus, because she's venerated in the church, but, like, I don't think so. Like, the source of the old blood is just where we are now. Like, they just raided a bunch of Pthumerian tombs and stole the blood. Oh, you got me. Here we go. Okay, that's our first boss death, and it was in Lauren, so we're doing okay. I'm gonna have some salad. No, you can't buy Bolt Hunter's marks. Can't buy cocktails either. You get cocktails here, okay, good. And the good to note I can't buy antidote, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, great. This is going to be fun. I have 4 antidotes left. Great. That is the only poison boss we have to deal with, so I might actually bring... What gas coin set should be? Gas coin's got pretty good poison resistance. Oh, actually, hang on, let's grab this as well. That's better. Okay, round 2. Okay. Deep breath. Yeah, the word they use for the holy blood is like the Eucharist. It's like they use a word that means like Eucharist, but it ends up being translated as like the medium. But like it's I think it's just like the blood itself is worshipped. It's not like oh my. I'm really worried about wasting antidotes. Oh my god. Yeah, what? Okay, see you, Paula. We'll probably still be fighting the blood-starved beast in like 3 hours. Oh, God. Like, for some reason, I'm like way worse at fighting it here than I am in Old Yharnam. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like the shape of the arena or something, but like I pretty much never get hit in Old Yharnam. Here it's like this much. Oh, you little shit. Oh my god. Come on. Now watch it grab me and kill me. Oh shit! Oh my god, I was joking. Oh god. Okay. Alright, so the next thing we need is... we don't need to fight the next boss, but we do need to get to them. Okay, this is in response to making faces during boss fights. I had a, when I was at film school, I had a teacher and he once just recorded me, like, just sitting there while he asked me questions. And then he said, "It's always funny, your face is an inherently amusing object." So cute. There we go. Okay. Let's grab some more fire paper, even though we don't need it, and... Did we get a good gem? Probably not. Like, the gem system is actually, like, I really like it, but you have to go through everything I'm going through now to kind of make it work. Because the really good gems don't show up until you're in depth 5. Okay. So we have to get to the, just before the boss, there should be a shortcut, like, side door that gets us some Bastards of Lauren. Let's try put the bone metal on. And now we're even cooler. But yeah, if you want some like random trivia, you sometimes encounter hostile hunters who've got the bone ash set on, and they're called Carla internally, is the name of the witch in Dark Souls 3 also dresses like this. There's a beast here, isn't there? Oh, for God's sake. Where are you? We're not even at the cursed dungeon yet. That's going to be even worse. Have I learned anything new about Bloodborne over the last year? Oh god. I think the early name of Yharnam might have been Gremia. Like, as in the Queen. She may have been called Queen Gremia at some point. I don't know though, but that's like... There's references to a bunch of like Gremia stuff in the Chalices, and it never says the word Yharnam. And like the Erden area is called Gremia, so it's like the Tomb of Gremia and Gremia Chapel. I might actually be able to show you at some point, if I can get the okay. There's like another like version of the Chalice entry point that's like an altar. And if you know the altar in Hemwick, at the back, oh, there's another one. At the back of the room, the Witch of Hemwick's room, there's like this altar. And it's like a woman sort of like posed like this, like Mary in the Pieta. And that's there as like a complete statue. Like she's got like a lower part and everything, and she's holding something. And that might have been the old Chalice entry point, and it might have been called the Altar of Gremia. But I don't know if I have the okay to show it off. I don't want to knock them down in case... Oh, I'm gonna regret this. Oh, there's a screamy man. Okay, hang on. What we're actually trying to do here is we're just trying to get to the lever. Because just prior to the boss room, there should be some Bastards of Lauren. Oh, they found me. I always do that. I always freak out and think I've missed it, and then I get the parry that I've dodged away. There we go. Bloodborne PC when? We don't know. Like, I brought this up before, but, like, Bloodborne PC is something that, like, I know it was in development. I don't know when, like, if it's now cancelled. I don't know if it was, like, it is coming. I don't know. But I do know that, like, yeah, they were at least testing it at some point. Who are you? Oh, Beast called Joseph. Okay. We don't need him. Actually, let's bring him anyway because we're not doing the boss. So we can just get some backup. Oh yeah, I suspect a lot of the screams in the game are just stock sound effects. So people might have seen this, but there was a sort of a reasonably popular video recently where Germa, the streamer, he found out that, like, one of the stock sound effects in Pizza Tower, it's the Orphan of Koz's scream. And he looked it up and it's like, oh yeah, like the Orphan of Koz's scream, it's literally called, like, Funny Man Screaming. And they just pitch it down slightly to make it sound, like, scarier. But yeah, that's where Orphan of Koz's scream is from. You can notice a lot of stock sounds in this, like, good one is in Dark Souls 3, the bridge with the stray demon on it. The demon makes the exact same roar that the demons in Doom make. Oh, this is a dead end, isn't it? Let's look anyway. I'm pretty sure this is a dead end, I remember it. Yeah, it's nothing. There you go, so one of the many exciting dead ends of the Chalice dungeons. So now I have to figure out how to get out. Yeah. Okay, cool. How do I get back to the top level? Oh, this leads back out to the start, doesn't it? I'm stupid. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. So you can watch me play the Chalice dungeons if you want. The Chalice dungeons are like a real you either love them or hate them thing. Like, I know a lot, like, I'm friends with, like, the Tomb Prospectors. It's like a whole community of people who just do Chalice dungeon stuff and, like, obsessively archive it all. And I'm also, like, I have friends who just have never touched them, or they've played them for, like, 5 minutes and said, I hate this. Of course not. I feel like if you're, if you want to get really into, like, kind of analysing, like, a lot of the themes in Bloodborne, you need to at least know how the chalices work. Because of the idea of, like, this, like, thing that's echoed throughout time. And the idea of, like, compressing time and space and memory into, like, the same thing. Which the DLC also does, with, the Hunter's Nightmare literally being, like, you start at the most recent point people remember and you move back. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. I want to say this is the last we'll see of Lauren, but I have a horrible feeling it's not. I think we'll probably end up having to come back here. Where are we on now? We're on 2 hours 49 minutes. The aura is just a buff that some enemies get. You'll got hair in my mouth, I'm sorry. You'll notice when you're making dungeons, you sometimes get a thing that says, like, this rite will invigorate the labyrinth watchers. It's that. They just get like a buff, it makes them stronger, but it improves their drops. It's this way, isn't it? No, it's the other way. No, it's this way. Oh, there's like different buffs some enemies can get. Like some of them will, we mentioned the beast possessed soul earlier. Like beast possessed soul will bite you, and when it's finished biting you, it licks the blood off its hand, and it gets this like red aura around it that makes it stronger. Okay, so the Bastards of Lauren should be through here. Oh, for God's sake. Puppy. Spiders. They really don't intend you to do anything in one setting. And just like another spider, another scourge beast. Right. Is Joseph coming? The spiders are interesting because the spiders have like some of their attacks actually ignore defense, and we're pretty sure they're not supposed to ignore defense. There's just like some value is wrong, but yeah, the spiders have attacks that ignore defense, and I don't think they should, but they do. Those are the cards we've been dealt spider-wise. Particularly the dives that the wrong spiders do. That, like, you'll know it because you've probably been one-shotted by it, but they jump in the air and then go and just land on you. And it's so damaging, it feels like it shouldn't be that damaging, and it probably shouldn't. Okay. Do you have any? Yes, 2 Bastards of Lauren. How many do we need? We only need 2 Bastards. Okay, so we can leave. Good. Hang on, what do we need? We need 2 Bastards of Lauren, 9 Ritual Blood, 4, and 22 Arcane Haze. So we've got yes and yes. Okay. But we're gonna have to leave Joseph behind. So oh, he's here. Joseph. It was like Scooby-Doo. I'm glad I stuck around for that. Ooh, oh, we got a cursed gem, and it's the kind we can't use. Oh, we're back where we started. Okay, good. Okay. So, if we just head back to the lab, which is up here. Why did I do that? How many Bolt Hunter's marks do I have left? 3. Do I have the Silencing Blank? Yeah, I've got 163,000 echo, so I shouldn't waste them. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm gonna go into the absolute worst dungeon now. I might just stock up on Bone Marrow Ash. Do you think the Chalice... Oh, making the Chalices shorter. Yeah, the issue with the Chalices is like... I don't actually mind them being repetitive. But they're repetitive and also kind of long. I feel like there's maybe could have like made them all more direct. I don't know. How long do I have? And we're getting better on this one. Getting better on this one. No, okay. Alright. So how much arcane haze do we need? We need like 20 something. 22 arcane haze. Okay. What can I turn into that? I need to keep those. Do not want to turn those because we need those. We have 6 right now. Oh, he's making a ritual blood 3 card. They've got 20, 25, okay. We should be able to make the curse into defiled chalice now. Yes. Okay, the game is now going to be unfucking playable. I'm taking 43 bone marrow ash because I am going to shoot everything. Okay. And we actually don't need any ritual materials from here, do we? We are going to have to go to Lower Lauren, though, to get red jelly, which I'm not looking forward to. Hang on, where is the red jelly in Lower Lauren? Okay, we're actually not done with Lauren yet. Maybe we should just get this out of the way first. I think the chalices are always intended to be random. But it's possible they were connected to the surface. Like, instead of warping there, you would actually physically go down into them. So you'll notice that our health has been cut in half. And we're going to die really quickly at everything, so we just have to recharge through it. So something else that's, like, I guess interesting is that we have the eye rune equipped. And this is not mentioned in game, but when you're in a cursed area like this, every item drop chance thing you have equipped actually raises the item drop chance massively. Physical damage, I think, is reduced, but elemental damage isn't. That's why, like, Amygdala will still one-shot you because it's using arcane damage. But basically, like, if you have the eye rune equipped, instead of boosting your stats by boosting your discovery stat by, like, I think it boosts it by 100, it'll boost it by like 1,000. Like, you see, like, we're getting a drop from pretty much everything. Like, everything is dropping. Now, can I remember how to get around here? Is the question. Oh, there it is. This is dude, okay. Could have been worse. Why is that? That actually, like, I think it's supposed to be a thing. It's like, that's the payoff for curse. It's like, if you put a curse on the dungeon, it's harder, but you get more drops. But it looks like they sort of deleted it, and then acts like it somehow comes back again if you have a rune equipped. I think it's probably just down to how the rune, like, how the drop chance is calculated. So the first one is... It's not Watchdog. Is Watchdog first or second? We'll find out. We're about to get there. Have I played Dark Cloud? Yeah. I actually really like Dark Cloud. I've never finished it. Dark Cloud, people who don't know, it's like a kind of like action RPG. It's a little Zelda-ish dungeon crawler. But as you make progress, you build a town. So like you sort of you make the town, you like find things in the dungeon and put in the town, and it's very similar to another game I really like called Soul Blazer, which is a similar thing. Like you start off and it's a completely empty area, and then as you defeat enemies in the dungeon, each enemy you defeat restores something from the surface that was lost. So you end up like it'll say like you released this character, or like, oh shit. Like you'll beat a boss, and instead of you getting like stronger, it'll make a house appear. But you don't really have any. It's not like SimCity where you can put them in a specific place, whereas in Dark Cloud you can put them in specific places. So I've been going for 3 hours. Worst comes to worst, I can like get another character up and fight Yharnam that way. Because this is like... just, oh my god. This obnoxious thing where they keep doing a fireball that you can stagger but not parry. And if you stagger them out of it, they respond by going like that. You can parry that, but... yeah, those fireball clouds are massively damaging in curse mode. Because the fire damage isn't reduced, but your health is. See, like that. Christ, okay. Oof. Jesus, oh my god, this dog. I mean, come on. Anyone who's thinking, hey, this is quite tedious, bad news. The whole dungeon is like this. It's just doing chip damage to something that can one-shot you. Ah, good god. Oh, that cursed might be good. Hang on. Let's hit that. This is also how the Cumfuck dungeon works, because the Cumfuck dungeon is like a massively like unused curse. It's like 8 times curse. That's why, like, you'll notice if you load the Cumfuck dungeon, you'll have, I think, like 1/20th of your regular hit points. Because it's applying all these curses, and that's what makes the drops, it's such a massive, like, Blood Echo drop. Yeah, hang on. Skill scaling, attack versus beasts down. Attack versus beasts down. Down! Yeah, these aren't useful at all. Good. Hang on. All type can... Okay, hang on. Let's swap out that for fire damage reduction. And grab ourselves some more ash and that. Oh yeah, okay, the Cumfuck dungeon. Okay, so we brought this up at the start, but I'm aware people are drifting in and out. There's a specific dungeon where the glyph is CUMMMFPK, or Cumfuck, and when you use it, what happens is you just, as soon as you wander through the start of it, like leave the lamp, you'll get 80,000 blood echoes because a hunter is being killed off screen. So basically, once you unlock Cumfuck, you can just sit there and gain like 80,000 blood echoes, hunter's mark, 80,000 hunter's mark, 80,000 hunter's mark, and just continuously do that and get to like level whatever you want. The most useless kind of gem in the game is Dense, which you actually can't get anymore. You can get Dense gems if you... What do? If you play the game on 1.0 and you go all the way down to Tumeru Eye Hill without ever patching the game, you get access to Dense gems. And all they do is raise durability. And they don't ever have secondary effects. So they're completely and utterly useless. But if you get them on 1.0 and then you put them in like the base game, you can like patch it and still use them, like they don't go away. Gem effects on 1.0 are slightly different, and what will happen is if you get gems and then you patch it, the gems will be like remade to fit the current version of how gems work. Like, for example, like you can go and you can get like really, really powerful rapid poison gems in 1.0 in Warren. They're extremely strong. But if you then patch the game, they'll just go away and become a regular rapid poison gem. You might be able to get them in the slot dungeons. I actually don't know because I've never done the slot dungeons, but you can get them like without any hacks or anything by just playing on 1.0. They're dropped by the gargoyles in Tumeru Eye Hill. I know because Neff got me to kill them for like hours. I forgot these frenzy dudes me so long. Yeah, the old rapid gems are like, they're so unbelievably broken. But you can't get them anymore. If you get them and then you patch, you'll not have access anymore. Oh yeah, that's Curse Temple, it might be okay. Let's pop down here. So we're on 3 hours, 5 minutes. For God's sake, go away. Oof. I forgot it was cursed. Okay. Hey, you made it live. Yeah, we're nowhere near done. We're trying to do every single chalice in one sitting. We're currently in First Department. Oh, lordy. So we're 3 hours, 5 minutes. I'm gonna see if, like, we can wrap the rest up in an hour. I don't know, though, because just the Defiled Watchdog on its own can sometimes take, like, a huge amount of time. Yeah, so all copies of Bloodborne that the initial release is 1.0. Old Hunters is 1.07, and the current version is 1.09. So if you want to play 1.0, you need like a really old, like pretty much an original release pre-Old Hunters. Like I pre-ordered it, so I have that version. I use that. I don't know enough about Blood Gems when they added Heavy, Cold, and Abyssal. Okay, we're right to go. If we just run back, we can die to the Watchdog for 3 hours. This is a nice little room, actually. This is one of the set pieces that like a lot of people don't see because it's buried pretty deep in. This nice little sort of Thumerian underground castle. It loops around the back in kind of a U shape. You can sometimes find good items there. Oh, sneaky. And yeah, old versions is like, that's why I don't like buying things digitally. It's like I didn't buy Elden Ring digitally because I knew at some point there's going to be some like, can you figure out on 1.0 how blah blah blah, and I'm going to have to go grab 1.0. And if people were watching when I did the time manipulation stuff, like the time manipulation glitch I did relies on you having 1.0. They patched it out, but you can still kind of do it by exploiting how grab attacks work. Actually, if people are interested, if you go to bloodborne-wiki, which is kind of what I'm raising money for when I do this, if you go to bloodborne-wiki and you do just type version 1.0 comparison, there is a comparison with 1.0 that was made by me. Because I stayed on 1.0 for about a year. And I just played through it over and over again and noted down every difference. So, okay, who can we bring with us? Who are you? Let's try Queen Killer. The good wiki, yes. Okay. So, I'm aware this is going to buff the Watchdog's health. But he might be able to offset it by, like, having a cannon with a ton of bullets. Okay. So, welcome to hell. Jesus Christ. Come on. Come on. Like that explosion, like if you're too close, it just kills you. So the way I usually do this is I just cheese it with the Black Sky Eye. But decided to do it properly, much to my shame and regret. Exactly, this just takes forever, and if we die, like we're just gonna have to go through all this again. I mean, Queen Killer seems like they were a sound investment. Yeah, oh my god, okay. This isn't even the worst boss in this dungeon. Oh my god, holy shit. Come on. Whew. We're definitely going back to the stream after that. Okay, no. Okay, that's a durability down one, but I reckon it's okay because we can just head back to the dream if we need to. Okay. Might actually hang. Get my Eve 1 to +9. Oh, yeah, Eve 1. Okay, we'll put even on +9. And oh yeah, this thing here. People don't, this is not seen that often anymore because the doll going by the grave, it relies on you not having opened the DLC. And since most people open it right after Amelia, like this is not seen anymore, but prior to the DLC, like this happened all the time. Okay. Oh, okay, fine. This is about Code Vein. I bought Code Vein. I bought Code Vein, like a physical copy, on eBay, and I've not actually played it yet. But I will at some point. I know it's actually free on PS Plus, I think now. Or maybe it was last month. But yeah, like I will definitely play Code Vein at some point. Scarlet Nexus as well. I've got Scarlet Nexus. I just haven't had time because I've been flat out with Elden Ring and then doing this. Oh lordy. This is burned into my brain because the boss through there is easily the worst. I just had to very, very, very quickly book it to the lever. I think it's honestly not that hard to get to. The O-Flora speech, again, if you want to go, I just gonna keep directing people to bloodborne-wiki because that's why I'm here. If you go to bloodborne-wiki, there is a whole whole page that is just all about the doll's different, there it is, all about the different things the doll does, with like literally like base percentage chances she'll do each thing. We can actually just die here if we want. And it'll list like the base chance of everything happening. It'll say like, you know, if you've done this and done this, you have a 20% chance of doing this. And that comes directly from data mining. It's not like sitting there and testing, so it is accurate. Okay. Now, I'm aware there's a summon, but I'm wondering if I can do this without the summon. Oh, hang on. Okay, so the other summon, was that Queen Killer? Who are you? I don't know who this is. I've just hit the button immediately. We'll find out. So for amygdala, we will want small towels. Oh, it's quite, yes, okay, good. Okay. So, my hopes, hi Kyle, you rock too, thank you. So my hopes here are that Queen Killer will cannon amygdala in the face enough for it not to be that much of a problem, but this is the single hardest fight in the game. Because all of Amy's lasers will basically one-shot you. Like, her slams will one-shot you. You'll sometimes, very rarely, survive, like... So I am doing it from range, and I'm really hoping Queen Killer... And when amygdala rips the limbs off their back, they become incredibly dangerous because it basically doubles the range of their slam attacks. If you have the Black Sky Eye or the Executioner's Gloves, this goes by quite quickly. That there. That is incredibly dangerous if it connects. There we go. Okay, now it's very, very close. Because those, like, slams, those things there, like, Queen Killer's surviving, but if they hit me, I'm just dead. Oof. Yep. The Bloodborne community is like significantly nicer, I think, than pretty much every other. I don't say every other game fandom, but like definitely in comparison to, okay, this is the thing, this is the thing, this is the thing that, like, if that connects, you're just fucking dead. Oof. Okay. Yeah, the Bloodborne community is very, very nice. It's part of the reason why, like, the wiki is still going. And it's why, like, there are people who are willing to, like, give a lot to just keep the community running. See that, like, that fucking thing, like, just that little thing that broke underneath me did, like, over 90% of my health damage. This is just... Oh my god. Oh shit. Just landed on me. Yeah, so I think that's better than I thought it was going to go, to be honest. Oh my god, Kyan's here. Hi. Yeah, this boss, it just goes for an eternity. And like I've mentioned before, I have to go. This is the annoying thing, is that like if you want to get stuff out of storage, you have to go back to the dream. Basically, the thing about amygdala is like you can very easily cheese it. If you have access to the Black Sky Eye or the Executioner's Gloves and you have decent arcane, it goes down very, very easily. Unfortunately, we do not. Oh no, I'm not doing this summons. I'm trying to do it in just one sitting quickly. I mean, we almost got it. Queen Killer is very useful. Amygdala was probably the final boss at some point, yeah. I'm gonna start stress eating. Okay. Bone marrow, Molotov, and I think that's it. Okay. Actually, we'll bring some paper as a last resort. Okay. What a ridiculous man. Alright. Shit. Oh my god! That's what I mean about the overhead. It just, like, flattens you. What are we on now? 3 hours 30. The annoying thing is we have to keep going back and then restocking, and it's because we can't just get our consumables back at the lantern for some reason. Also now I'm worried we're going to run out of blood echoes and not be able to afford more stuff. Okay. Oh, I'd like to do a model viewer for Elden Ring. The problem is that in order to do that, I would need a PC copy of Elden Ring, which I don't have. But like Eugenio Abyss one, like I think he has access to that stuff. Because what I was using for that was actually a Dark Souls 3 model viewer, and because they're like compatible engines, you can sort of shove Bloodborne assets in it and it'll work. This is exactly where I thought we'd be stuck, by the way, because I'm like, this boss is like horrible. Thankfully, this is the last one we have to do. We will have to go down to Lower Lauren and get some more red jelly, but this is the last. Hey, Luna! This is, hopefully, this is the last cursed one. I didn't equip the things when we showed up. Oh dear. And now I'm dead already. Okay, yeah, we can do Ace. We can do Ace. I'm just going off the flowchart that mentions you should do Lauren as the red jelly. So I know Lauren must not be necessary because I definitely got the platinum without having fought the Lauren Dark Beast. Or the Abhorrent Beast. Yeah, this is like... I really question why they made this mandatory. Like, I can understand this as like a weird, like if you use like the cursed and defiled East Chalice and you ended up with this atrocity. But making it a mandatory thing to get to the Queen is questionable. Okay, we missed it. And Queen Killer is already almost dead. Also, kind of understand it because, like, the base amygdala in the Necromancy is really easy. They may have wanted, like, a more epic fight with, like, a boss that is very visually striking, but my god. There are other ways of doing this than just making it one-shot you. Okay. This barely does any damage yet. If you do get this in root chalices, you sometimes get it in a room where it clips through the floor, and a lot of its attacks actually can't hit you. That's like a little vacation. Oof. Oh, don't give them ideas for Dark Souls 4. And Queen Killer's dead. Because the problem I have with Defiled Amygdala is basically like the first chunk of the fight, like the first 3/4, is just getting it to this phase where it becomes significantly more damaging and like significantly harder to deal with. And it just feels like, I don't know, why are you making me do this? Yeah, see. You get it down to like 25% health relatively simply, and then it just lands on you and you start fighting it. We're on to Defiled Chalice, yes. We're on Defiled Chalice. We're almost at the end of it. Do you have any idea what Hand Over the Children lines were? I think they were probably for a cutscene. Hey, Acherontis. We're dealing with, the worst thing in the game. And... see, the thing is, if this fucks up, we might not have enough blood echoes to restock these items, and then I don't know what we're gonna do. Oh god, that was very close. This is much worse than Chalice ROM. 3 hours 40, Jesus Christ. And it's 7:30 PM here. So I might give myself till say 8:30. Okay, come on. That's fine, John. I like doing this. I'm doing this to basically direct people to support bloodborne-wiki because I do this every return to Yharnam. I'll remember to equip this time. Ash and cocktails. Okay. Alright. I don't like you and you don't like me. Let's get this one. See, that's what we want to happen ideally. We want Queen Killer to cannon at Magdala in the head. But the problem is Queen Killer has decided sometimes just, what if I whack Amygdala in the foot? Everything about this. Everything about this feels like it should be something you get sometimes in a root chalice. And not something you have to go through to get to Queen Yharnam. Oh, I didn't know there was an October one. Return to Yharnam, we do it at this time of year because it's the 10th anniversary. Not 10th, sorry, it's the anniversary, it's the 8th anniversary. It's the anniversary because it came out March 24th, 2015. Do I have anything I can get rid of? I have a bunch of... I'm just going to burn through the Frenzied Cold Blood now. And use it to buy Ash, because I'm worried we're going to run out. I can sell. Oh, the doll stuff's worth a fair bit. Acquire Ash 15. Okay, good. Might actually, hang on, I can swap out Fading Lake for Arcane Lake. And... okay. Oh. Oh. How do you feel, Ingrid? This is me. Okay. This is bringing back bad memories, yeah, it is. Ingrid is the cat. Yeah, here she is. She's very, very old, and she spends all day sleeping. Okay. Alright. Oh, Lord. Wear some clothes, for God's sake. Like, you need the defense. Okay. She's 17, I think. She's actually not my cat. She belongs to my neighbors. But she doesn't get on with their other animals. And she just kept hanging around me and refusing to go home. After a while, it just became like, yeah, I think it's probably better if she just stays with you because we can't get her to stay at home. Okay, what Queen Killer did there, where he shot Amygdala with the cannon, is what I want him to do. Now it becomes like a crapshoot because the slamming it's doing. It can reach pretty much this thing here. Like, if I'd been like a couple of centimeters to the right, I would have instantly died. Yeah, my neighbors have 2 cats and 2 dogs, and Ingrid just doesn't get on with them. Like, they were telling me, like, when they first moved here, they almost had to leave her behind because she wouldn't get in the car. Yep, dead instantly. And sometimes, like, the other cat that they have, it'll come over the fence, and Ingrid will just start hissing at it. Anyway, the fucking hell. Good night. I'll probably still be doing this when you get up. Bye. Imagine if Amygdala's HP went down at all. That would be amazing. How many more times can I do this? Okay, got 3 more shots with the... oh my god. We'll do this until I run out of bone marrow ash. If I do, I might have to load up another character and just show you the rest of them. Because I'm really starting to worry this is going to go all night. Hang on, I just need to move slightly. Ingrid doesn't like it when I move. She has arthritis. And gets all nah. There's another cat that sometimes shows up behind me who is feral. And he's a feral wild cat who sort of eventually learns to like me. Yeah, hugging the legs is like, I know that's a thing, but... Oh, thank you, I'm glad you like my pastels on my skull. I can't show you because I can't move the camera, but I have this amazing 90s poster that's just a skull with sunglasses on, and it says, "Chill out, I'll do it tomorrow." I got it from a Nintendo magazine. Yeah, see, like, Jesus. I'm wondering if it might be safer to try to drain its hit points without the ash and then use the ash in like phase 3. Oh! Let's see. Like, if it clips you. This is with, like, I think it's, like, got 50 vitality and, the arcane defense rune on, so, like... I guess I could switch to, Choir Garb or something that has higher... Hang on. See if this helps. Yeah, I probably showed the poster off before. I got it from, it's from an Australian Nintendo magazine, and it's so clearly like they needed a poster and they had about 5 minutes. So they just shoved like a bunch of assets together. I can switch back to, actually, I feel like we're being one-shotted anyway, so it barely counts. I don't know, we'll put, yeah, we look alright. Motherfucker. Come on. Oh, I actually can't hear the audio. It might be the capture thing being on too long. Have I tried rage quitting coming back 3 months later? No. I mean, initially. But, I said I'd try to do it all in one sitting today, so... Oh my god. Now, we'll try to shoot. Jesus Christ. Nope, 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 nope. Don't fucking dare. Okay. That was appalling. I just want to see if the gem I got was any good. It was nourishing, wasn't it? So you'd think it'd be like... Ooh, hang on, hang on. Attack versus beasts down. No, it's not worth it. Ah, okay. So, we won't, like I said, we need the red jelly. So... I am now realizing that we have to go to Nightmare of Mensis to get the living string. My face went. That's okay, because I think I killed one reborn. Hang on. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking like maybe I should just go directly to Ihil on another character. I might actually do that because like we've already been going for 4 hours. And I feel like, you know, you're not missing anything. But we would have to run through, we'd have to do Mikolash, we'd have to do that lift jump. And I feel like I have other characters that have Tomorrow Ihil open. So now who will? I think Alvolina will. Let's try Kasia. Some of these characters like have used hacked ones instead of direct ones. So it's a little odd figuring out who can go where. Yeah. I mean, some people think the brain of Mensis is literally the brains of the school of Mensis. You know, it does happen. What's that? Central. Ihil. Okay, so I can make Ihil. So let's just go remove and search. Tumor depth 5. Tumor Ihil. Okay, okay. What do I have? Oh yeah, we should do fine. The point is you've not technically missed anything. You just haven't had to watch me run through Mensis to get the living string. So we're on 4 hours pretty much on the dot. I reckon we can get this done in half an hour. And we don't have to worry about looking for anything, we can just run. And I'm using my bloodborne-wiki song. I don't know what the deal with the lantern connection thing was. Presumably it existed. Because they do look so similar, but lantern, there we go. We just need to turn the lever. The lanterns themselves are interesting because, like, them and the brain didn't start off with frenzy. If you ever played it and wondered why, like, the frenzy attacks are so bullshit, it's because the way that they work is, like, there's the lantern, which is the thing that's doing the slam, like that drumming cat gif, one that's doing that. That's the lantern. And then what's actually doing the frenzy is a separate invisible monster that sits inside the lantern. It's basically a gun turret that shoots frenzy. Because the lantern, like, wasn't supposed to be the frenzy thing to begin with. Hang on. Okay, there's the lever. So yeah, I just got a text message. Hang on. I tried to point out this entire time I've had Chattanooga Choo Choo playing in my head. How many Bolt Hunters marks do you have? 86, okay, that's fine. There's actually Ingrid's owners asking if I'd get their dogs, and I have. Ingrid's owners are currently on holiday in Germany. So I'm here to make sure their dogs are fed as well. So I just popped by. Made sure I did it before the stream. Okay. It's like, I beat defiled amygdala, shouldn't be a problem for me. Probably just do this. Oh, he's doing this stupid boomerang blade thing. A lot of the Chalice bosses aren't really designed to handle the DLC weapons. Good example is Keeper of the Old Lords. If you just walk in there with the Gatling gun and fire, they will just stand in the path of the Gatling gun and never move. And you can pretty much just kill it. It's like 0.5 A presses. Just one L2 press will kill them. I think the idea with Frenzy is it's an insanity-based thing, but it's based on the blood. So, like, you're getting, like, the frenzying blood on you. Ugh. Frenzy is, like, it's confusing because the game has rapid poison and it has frenzy. And they both kind of work the same way. Rapid poison is just bleed. It's just bleed from the Souls games. You'd think it'd be toxic, but it's bleed. It just fills up the bar and then you lose X%. I don't know why they did that, because it's on a bunch of, like, it's on, like, the Chikage. So why is it just not just called... I guess because everything in Bloodborne is about bleeding, so having, like, bleed as a status effect's a little weird. Okay, it is almost 8 PM. I reckon we can do this by 8:30. We've just got 2 more bosses to go. This one's pretty difficult, and then after that is Queenie, and she's not that hard. Kitty! Oh my god, Autumn's here, hey! We are almost done. Okay, so we want to go, I think it's down here. From memory, this one's pretty short. I think if you drop down, it's like pretty close to the bottom. This is like a... I think it's one of those like massive gank rooms, like you go in and there's just like 10 people around it. Hey Leviathan! Yeah, dude, Headless BLB is the boss here, yeah. Where is it? It's like, I think it's under here. It's just like, you just suicide run to the lever. Yeah, from memory we should turn right and there should be a lever. I was wrong. The other one. Might be the other side. I'm pretty sure you just run through and there's just like a very, very short run to the lever. Maybe that's the following layer with Yharnam. But I'm pretty sure it's down here. Oh, this might be it. There we are. That's where I thought I was. And iframes. And I don't know where I'm going to survive. And I think I'm actually just going back. I think From are going to start publishing. At least in Japan. That was something I read. That they announced they were sort of considering moving into just self-publishing stuff because they've made so much money on Elden Ring they can kind of afford to. Okay, so why do I have? Okay, so it's BLB, so we might grab fry paper and that'll be all we need. All right. So this one, it's not going to be as much of a problem as Defiled Amygdala, but it can be quite obnoxious. That punch there, if that connects, that... I think it'd one-shot this character, but like certain characters, like if you don't have the stats for it, it just melts him. This is the joy of having a working health bar again. Watch out when it does its flight. Also, the worm is quite damaging as well. Oh, it's not quite wormed up. They get wormed up. Here we go. The boss had a very weird hitbox in 1.0 because basically, the way BLB... I can't believe that went like that. Anyway, the way BLB used to work is it was like just a two-phase fight where it had the head in phase 1 and then the head came off and that was phase 2. And what they ended up doing was they broke it into the two fights. And the way that they did that is because it's the same enemy both times. The way that it used to work was they just made the head invisible, but they didn't remove its hitbox. So if you played this on 1.0, the head was still there, it still had its bite attack, and you could still like stagger and do viscerals on the head even though it was invisible. Alright. Okay, we're on our way to cleaning. It is 4 hours 14 minutes, so I reckon we're going to do this pretty quickly because the queen is not that difficult. Don't tell her I said that though, because Sin will be like, I think that now we need nut from Queen Yharnam. And she's like, I'm a total bitch. That's literally Sin's description of things, by the way. We'll just be like, I need episode. It's Alana's there, and she is Alana sells NFT. You make it funny. And just people who don't know, right now Sin is quite sick. she's just got like indigestion. She's not like, it's not COVID or anything, but she's too sick to record. And she's also, it is her birthday today. It's her birthday on the 29th of March. So if anyone wants to send some birthday love to Sin, she'll receive it psychically, like, you know, the Kamehameha wave or something. It's a little sad that, like, the preset eye hill is not that ornate. Considering there's, like, so many Thumaru set pieces that just look really cool. Like, there's, like, massive halls and, like, the huge, like, the staircase with, like, all the banners and everything. And Eye Hill, which is supposed to be the capital, it's just the standard assets. Okay. So, I think we will actually just get our blood vials back, just in case. Oh, okay, I think, I didn't know, I'm quite loud. I think what controls, like, the kind of beast is, the little ones, the ones who are, like, wrapped in bandages, they're called the beast patients, and the idea is, like, they're people who were, like, taking in on sort of medical supervision the old blood. And that's why they ended up that way. And then the ones that are just, like, werewolves and things, that seems to be a more spontaneous transformation. So I think it's, like, the more sort of, like, the ones that are sort of closer to being ape rather than canine, it's like they're retaining part of their humanity, but I don't really know. Like, that's why you find the little tiny beasts mostly in Old Yharnam, and then you find, like, Gilbert turns into one, but then in actual Central Yharnam, it's the big werewolf things. I think we can take Queen Killer to fight Queen Yharnam, but I think he's inside. There he is. Okay. Alright, so yeah, we're actually making it. It's we're on 4 hours 18 minutes. It's 8:05 PM here. So we might actually get this done pretty quickly, because I don't know, Yharnam likely won't take that long, so here she is. Here is Queenie. And yeah, you only see this once every cycle, but you can see she's praying to that altar. When you first go in the room, she's praying at the altar. And then every subsequent encounter, she'll just start by standing. Like I was saying, a lot of the bosses just are not really designed to fight the DLC weapons. So I noticed, the thing I want to talk about is, see, she's pregnant here. And when you meet her in Mensis, she is not pregnant. We probably won't get the Yharnam Stone drop. She's not pregnant, the little clone versions aren't, but the real queen is. We probably won't get the Yharnam Stone drop, because I think I already got it on this character, but the idea is like she's pregnant here. And the Yharnam Stone you're getting out of her is actually Murgo. Like, that's his corpse. And that's presumably, like, Mensis have it, but they have the third chord. They don't have the corpse. They have the third chord, which is what you get from the weapons. It's like Mensis came down here before. Presumably the Bloodletting Beast is because Lawrence was also looking for him. Because he also wanted the cord. Also, for reference, Murgo's actually present in this fight. The baby's crying because the baby's dead. Basically, it's really fucking morbid. But Murgo died, like, in the womb. And she's got his corpse inside of her. And what you're hearing with the crying is that's Murgo's ghost that's crying. It's like Orphan of Kos. Like, Orphan of Kos died. Orphan of Kos is that cord that Imposter Yosef has. And Murgo's the same deal. Like, Murgo's dead. And she's hanging on to, like the spirit of Murgo. We did it! We would normally get the Yharnam stone here, but we already got it on this character. So there we go, that was all the chalices. It was all the fucking chalices. There, we did them. It took 4 hours and it took 420! We did all the chalices and it took 420. Thank you. Okay. We did cheat a little bit because I didn't want to have to go to Nightmare of Mensis and grab the what is it? The living string. But we did it, okay? We did it. We went from all the way from Thumaru all the way down to Thumaru Ihill. It took 420. It's done. Now you know what the chalices were like, and you know why one of the first things the Tomb Prospectors started doing once they had hacked save games was making it so you never have to do that again. Here we are, blaze it. Blaze it. So it's 8:10 p.m. I haven't eaten apart from that salad that I made earlier. So I'm going to head off. Thanks so much everyone who joined us. I'll just put in one more little plug for bloodborne-wiki, which is what I always try to raise awareness and money for when I do this. bloodborne-wiki is an extremely exhaustive repository of all of this information. It's written almost entirely by one person with contributions from other people who have specific areas of expertise. And pretty much everything you'd ever want to know about it is there. I actually used it to plan this thing out so I knew what order to do everything in it. You'll notice it had listed like every item you need is where it is. And yeah, it's run by Meph. It doesn't run ads. It's not hosted on Wikia or Fandom or Fextra. It's hosted on her own server. She has to pay for the server herself. She also has to put a lot of time and effort into just maintaining it and running it. And like she's had to do that. She's had to do that through COVID. She's had to do it through moving house. She lives in Czechia, which is in Eastern Europe, and she's actually been involved in volunteering to help out with the situation in Ukraine as well. So like, a lot of stuff's going on in her life, and she's kept the wiki running throughout that. Pretty much anyone else, I think anyone else in that situation would have said like, yeah, I'm volunteering to help with Ukrainian refugees. I won't update for a while. She's like, no, I'm going to do both. And she put so much time and effort and passion and love into this. And through everything that has gone on in the last 8 years, she's been there. And she does it because she cares about it. But if you could go to that link down the bottom, it's coffee.com/Mephistophea. If you just sent her like, you know, $5, $10, and some amount of money through that website to just cover things like the hosting fees, covering just like just sort of making up like the fact that she's often like not able to do things because she's working on this. She doesn't have a Patreon or anything like that. She just has the coffee. So if anyone watching just want to send her some cash just to say thank you for doing an amazing job, that'd be really appreciated. And my girlfriend is now awake and is saying that she's tired in the chat, so I'll go and see her now. So thanks everyone for watching. We did it. We did all the chalices as promised. I only had to cheat a little bit. And yeah, so thanks so much for everyone. And tomorrow, Altair and I will be back and we'll do the DLC together. So thanks everybody, and